Alright, hey there, I'm here, a bit tired. But yeah, we are here for more Pillars of Eternity, where we are continuing on with Act 3 and getting near the end. Last time it was a whole lot of assisting the people of Twin Elms with their little request, as well as helping out while dealing with some of the last of the companion quests. For the Twin Elms people, we helped a dragon stay in the home, or stay in the temple that she took over, as it was a temple to motherhood and, well, creatures of the sky. And as the dragon was using it to nest, felt it was appropriate to leave her there. Plus, don't want to fight a dragon. Didn't really feel like it. And then we helped another, well, from there, we helped one of the local clans change the leadership after he requested us to sacrifice a child. So I decided to sacrifice him instead. Well, actually didn't actually sacrifice him. Tried to scam him with a fake dead child. But he didn't, well, he didn't like it, so he ended up dying. But ended up not being that big of an issue, as the rest of his family members were pretty okay with that. And then from there, we helped another clan with the succession of their sacred animals, I guess. Something about a lioness not wanting to leave her den to hunt because she was raising her cubs, while a much younger bear was kind of being pushed to be like the next sacred animal, but it was too cowardly to hunt the lioness in her den. So we had sided with the lioness, killed the bear, and kind of resolved that whole issue. And that was really it for helping out the locals of Twin Elms. As for our companions, we helped out Haravius and Azawa with their quest. Haravius was did a visit to the local druids and kind of having him understand what happened to him. He somewhat came to accept things, it looks like, after he killed another individual who had the same, well, who transformed into the same shape as him. So he seems a bit more accepting of things. And now, as for Zawa, yeah, it turns out the reason why we didn't activate his quest until just yesterday, or not yesterday, but last time. Yeah, we did apparently miss some of the dialogue with him. But his whole issue turned out to be guilt over failing to save his people. But after a bit of special herbs and drugs and all sort of things, yeah, we were able to give him a bit of a sort of therapy with that and help him move on. And those are not the major things. Oh, we did also deal with the Alpine Dragon here. Managed to talk him down and resolve things basically. Which kind of leaves us things more or less done. Oh yeah, Durant's, his thing is left, but as far as I know, at least the way it feels like, it's just that we have to journey with them. So, not much in the way we can actually talk to them anymore. And then a few minor tasks. We have this bounty here. Don't know where that is exactly. But as bounties really only just have so far given just XP and money, none of which we actually need, as we have reached the level cap and we're not really buying anything else. So we can just go ahead and ignore that. And then Blade of Nose Path. We happen to just find a blacksmith to reforge a sword. I have a few ideas on it, but we're kind of set on weapons for now, so no need to do that. And then Song of the Wild was an additional quest that we had picked up in Twin Elms, where we had to find some birds for a bard to eat. Had a quick look, didn't really see anything that stood out for the birds, so we're just going to leave him alone. He'll be fine without the birds. But yeah, looks like we have done everything, and it's just main quest time, where we are, yeah, traveling to Elms Reach. There's a tower there where we're supposed to pray to a number of gods and try to earn a boon from them. in order to pursue Theos. Yeah, after Theos destroyed the main path to wherever he went to, there is supposed to be a secret, well, somewhat secret path in. He was gonna set up who? Say he, but not who. Anyways, yeah, there's a path in the burial isle that we can hit, that we can take. Just have to jump into a pit, which is the reason why we need the boon from one of the gods. Oh, Azuro, okay. Yep, so this is where I'm supposed to go to. And we already talked to them when we were trying to find a way to Northwelt. Alright, so what will this bring us? Okay, got to interact with here. Well, that shrine here. Get some books. I'm guessing those will give details about the gods. Oh yeah, this is about scan. Or is it just random books? Well, probably doesn't matter too much. Shatter and charred stone blocks. Shatter and charred stone blocks the passage into the sun, into sun and shadow. Yeah, that was a path Theos blocked off. So about this. Yes. Right. Yeah, quest item. Is that what we needed then to commune with the gods? Yeah, no mortal can survive the descent into Braith Eamon. The gods, however, can grant safe passage. Need to pray them in Ter Evron, where they are said to commune with mortals. I wonder if I should switch out some of the party members. Maybe Haravius, maybe Zawa. Let's see for the gods. Let's go with Bareth for now, since Joy's supposed to be a priest of Bareth. In the glittering stars of the nearby constellation, you see the grim shape of a skull. Jaws are open wide as if frozen in a sun's scream. Right, pray to Bareth. You kneel before the shrine and prepare to recite the ritual words. Oh. There's life and death and life. Struggles of fundamental nature. Ocean sorrow that I may forget my own. That's Andra. All life ends in stillness. That might actually be Boss Bareth. Tomorrow my master jokes on my website scan. Was answer without a question. Wow. When Wicca takes back a throne, all wrong should be righted. What a cuz. All things can be forged. Abaddon. Survival begins with strength from within. That's something that begins with a G. I think that's what it is. Live every note of life's song. Might be Hylia. Yeah, Galwin for the survival of the fittest one. Struggles are fundamental nature. That might be the ice one. Gwyn, not Gwyn, Rimgrand. Could also be all life ends in stillness for Rimgrand. Maybe we can get more than one. See, let's go with life in death and death in life. There's a rippling shift in the air around you as if some unfelt wind has changed, bringing unexpected warmth. You feel the peculiar weight of an unseen presence and of eyes upon you. You kneel and pray to Bareth. Even while your eyes are closed, you see a road that seems to stretch on forever. The star is a wheel overhead and a clockwork rotation of constellations, disappearing over the horizon to your left only to rise on your right. You try to make out the details on either side of the road, but your eyes can't seem to focus. One moment you think you see a meadow blanketed with mist, and another sheer canyon walls. For just an instant, you even see waves lapping at the edge of the road. Were you to step into the shifting landscape, you feel certain you would only end up back on the road. You know this is a vision, but the packed dirt feels firm beneath your feet and the night air cool on your face. You are walking. Your feet seem to carry you forward on their own accord. Something looms ahead of you. As you get closer, you see two stone figures that look strangely familiar. You remember the door to Cleavan Relog, and the two figures carved into the mountain next to it. One looks vaguely male and the other vaguely female. Only a thin layer of flesh covers their skeletal bodies, which twist to face the doorway between them. The doorway, however, is not what you saw in the ruins. It's a skull, gaping and jawless, and as you look on, its open mouth seems to grow. The arms of the two sculptures are swept toward the mouth, inviting you in. Okay, enter the mouth. The road continues through the maw to another shifting landscape surrounded by stars. As you pass through it, you see an identical doorway in the distance. A dwarven man stands near it, unmoving. You turn and look behind you, only to see the skull gate you just passed facing you. An elven woman waits in the road. Like the dwarf, she stands still. Dwarfen, I guess? You continue down the road toward him. He looks up as you approach, but you can't tell if he's looking at you or through you. His face is smooth but flaccid, as if the flesh has detached from the muscles underneath. As you look on, his face begins to change. Wrinkles crack at the corners of his eyes. His mouth sinks, carving deep lines from his nose to the corner of his lips. His jowls sag, and the loose flesh hangs like dough. He raises his cupped hands, covered in blood. He lifts them to his face and smears himself from his newly creased forehead to the bottles of his neck. As he massages the dark, sticky fluid into his skin, the fresh wrinkles disappear. The hanging folds recede, and the flesh tightens as if re-adhering to his skull. He lifts his head, and this time you know he's looking at you. His renewed face looks like a mask, artificially smooth and still. Behind it, its black eyes are 200 pits yawning like the empty mouths of skulls. Come, make your sacrifice to the ethic knoll. His body blocks the path. He extends a bloody hand towards you. Yeah, this isn't the Gwainlin or whatever it was, the survival of this dude. So, take his hand. You grab his hand, but his skin gives too easily under your grip. You try to pull away, you hear a noise like dried canvas tearing. His skin splits, following a seam that begins at his arm and stretches the length of his body. Blood gushes forth in such quantities that you can't imagine there was ever anything else in him. Sure enough, as the dwarf empties of blood, he collapses like a desiccated husk. The blood in the path gleams with 1,000 souls worth of essence. The essence evaporates, trailing shining filaments into the night sky. Only now that he is dead can you continue onward. The blood pools around your feet, and you look up and see the elven woman waiting further down the road. Hey, elven woman time. You start toward her. There's something unnatural about the way she stands. She's too still. When you get closer, you see that her legs taper into a slender trunk, and in place of her feet are gnarled, twisting roots. She lifts her face to an invisible sun. Her long golden hair is the color of autumn leaves, and as you look more closely, you realize her head is actually covered with tendrils and vines, sprouting brilliantly yellow leaves. Each glimmers with the essence of an entire soul. She gives you a beatific smile as you look on. The leaves slowly fall from her head and settle at her roots. They melt in the path behind her, and almost immediately new leaves sprout in the place of the old. She reaches towards you, still smiling as roots spring from her fingertips. Her outstretched arms bar the path. Come, graft her soul to the golden grove. Okay, take her hand once more. Her roots twine around your fingers, and as they do, they grow rigid and cold. Her outstretched arm petrifies, and as rough stone bark overtakes the flesh, she can only look on in horror. You break away from her brittle grasp. Her feet are rooted in place, but she twists and writhes as if trying to flee her own dying limb. The petrification reaches her shoulder and spreads down her body, freezing it in a painful arc. Creeps up her neck, and she throws her face skyward like a drowning swimmer. The grayness covers her face, freezing her gasp in stone. Now that she is still and lifeless, you can continue past her. Only the golden leaves on her head remain untouched. As you watch, they fall one by one to the path below. They shrivel as the shimmering essence fades from them. A voice echoes along the road, barely more than a whisper on the breeze. Return them to the wheel. Lift your gaze and see the skull gate ahead of you on the path. Candles of Tyr Evron wink through the open mouth. Are we supposed to kill the Delmgan sisters? A dwarf and an elf on an area road. Well, let's see if we can talk to Andra. Okay, that's Whale's Shrine. That was probably Helia's. Guess with this one we can ask either Abaddon, Magrin, or Galloween. This one asked Rimgrand, Scan, or Andra. What's this one then? Oh, Woodaka Shrine. Well, let's try to talk to Hylia. Did kind of give her one of her temples to a dragon. The shrine sits before a bright constellation. The stars form the oval shape of an egg. A pair of wings sprout from the egg, stretching out to either side. Alright, pray to her. Never note of life's song. Your words seem to ring in the air, your voice rendered melodic and lilting by some unseen art. No? Oh. You kneel. While you pray, you feel the space around your body shift and melt. You find yourself in a vision of a mountaintop temple. A tree grows in the center of the ancient ruins. Its limbs wrap around the perimeter of the temple, tapering into twigs and branches of all sizes and angles. They seem too long and too numerous to be held up by the meager trunk, but they hold steady in the breeze. A single sparrow lands on the nearest branch, and it watches you. Right, was to the bird? You whistle the first tune that pops into your head. The sparrow blinks its beady eyes and hops closer to you along the branch. It bobs its tiny head and opens its beak, and the rich, trilling melody that spills forth is a song of a chorus of birds. A massive flock descends with the thundering of wings and whooping, screeching, chirping calls. They fill the boughs of the tree by the thousands, birds of every shape, size, and color nestling next to one another. Hylia. A breeze ripples through the air, the limbs sway, creaking with a strange, gentle rhythm. A few hundred of the bird flit from the branches, forming a brilliantly variegated flock in front of the trees. As they meet and swoop in unison, you can catch a glimpse of someone looking back at you, cloaked by the flurry of feathers. Oh hey, grieving mother. Watcher, I believe we stand in the legendary court of birds. Closes her eyes and raises her face to the sky. I feel a presence, warmth, and hope.
You journeyed to my temple and found the dragon. Yet instead of driving it off, you allowed it to stay. The songs of my faithful will never again fill the nest. And the beast and her young will slaughter many to feed their hunger.
Well, I thought you would have been happy. The dragon sought shelter for her young. Are you not the goddess of motherhood? And that's like the whole reason why we did that.
And even in a creature so fierce, you find tenderness. Your long journey has revealed a compassionate and generous heart, Watcher. There is something else I would ask of you.
Okay then. The birds return to the tree and nestle among the piers. The breeze ripples through the branches again, carrying the goddess's voice.
You must stop Theos, and you must undo the tragedy he has wrought.
I mean, that was kind of the plan in the first place. The grieving mother rocks on her feet. There's a way, Watcher. There's hope yet. Alright, Hylia. Birds all over the tree begin to chirp and sing, and in the rise and fall of their voices, Hylia speaks. Theos acts, but is moved by another. The exiled queen whispers in his ear, urges him to rob the living and the unborn of the souls for her benefit, and he has obeyed. A hawk shifts on its perch. She will consume them, grow powerful while 1,000 empty children are born. But there's still time to reverse this tragedy. Why would Woodaka do this? Oh, and we're just jumping to Woodaka. Well, I guess Exiled Queen would have been the clue for that. Yeah, so how exactly do we return things to the way they were? The birds suddenly fall silent watching you. The voice on the wind returns. Guide the trapped souls back to the bodies they were stolen from. The hollow-born children whose eyes have never seen the sun. So is it only going to cure the ones who weren't born yet, or no? Yeah, a bunch of the ones who were already born. Yeah, there's an hope for a good chunk of them. But not sure about the ones who are actually still alive and, I guess, intact? Grieving Mother. The grieving mother clasps her hands together, and the chimes toll like funeral bells. Would it truly be a mercy, even while it might dry the tears of parents, mothers and fathers who tended their children, sheltered them? It would confine children to half-grown bodies their souls have never known, bodies ravaged by years of confinement. The cruel salvation, worse. You could restore them, give their families hymns of joy after years of lament. The breeze tickles your ear. Peace and restoration give purpose to suffering. There is no meaning, no redemption in pain that does not lead to fulfillment. Symmetry demands that great rejoice follow suffering such as this. Perhaps we better to allow these souls to find new lives. Not sure it's possible to truly undo the harm Theos has caused. Yeah, you won't be able to undo it completely, but you should at least be able to undo some of it. Then better to allow these souls to find new lives. I feel like, at least with the ones who could potentially lead normal lives, their bodies should be intact enough where, if properly cared for, could probably recover fully. And then the rest would just be already dead, and then those would probably return to the wheel. Yeah, I'll continue to Sun and Shadow.
When you reach the burial isle, you will find souls there that I have granted reprieve for their sins. I give these to you, for only they can bear you to safety on your journey down. And when you face Theos and the rotting fruits of his endeavors, remember the conversation we have had. In that moment, you will have power rivaling a god's. And after it, you will live in the world that you have chosen. Choose Restoration, Watcher. Return the souls to the bodies they were stolen from. Swear to me that you will do this, and I shall give you power to make even Woodica quake. I can be merciful and terrible, Watcher.
Great wings, dark against the sun, unfold behind a tree, casting a blinding shadow across the temple for the briefest of moments. Grieving Mother. While this is the hope I once held to, I now see it as a false mercy, an extension of suffering. Snatching these souls from the lives was Theos' crime, but let us not add to it by snatching them from the natural cycles. I mean, it's not exactly the natural cycle, though. I wonder if the reason why the Grieving Mother is saying this because of how we ended her personal quest. I mean, it's not necessarily an extension of the suffering. Yeah, it's not really a false mercy either. It'll be difficult, definitely. And plus, there's even if, say, the older children who still somehow manage to survive intact, even if those ones have difficulty, there's still the issue of the younger, newly born children. Yeah, those ones would still have potential to live normally. Well, much higher chance anyways. So yeah, let's go with the restoration. Hell yeah, now she'll remember. The dark wing snaps shut and the tiny sparrow flits to your shoulder. It tilts its head back and opens beak, and the song that spills forth is like nothing you've ever heard. Melodies at once mournful and beautiful entrance you. The world becomes a pale place of pure color and sound. Each perfect moment follows the next like the lines of a poem or the bar of a song. Helia's boon granted. You awaken as if from a dream, standing in Tyr Eron, Helia's song, and the power of her blessing follows you still. Hey, Durance, what do you have to say about this? What, you're not gonna be happy about this?
What is it, Watcher?
Does what we learned about Woodica trouble you?
It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think
His face...
Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys. Widewind had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Woodica's plot before it began? Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos...
Durance tilts his head as if listening to an inner voice, then frowns, the frowns deepening as he speaks.
Must we always be tools of gods? If Woodica and Margrin, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the Purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back...
Yeah, we know the Purges. We talked about this last time. It was when they went around killing all the followers of Aethys who were left after the war. Let's see, Aethys need to be stopped, and so does Woodica. Then your Godhammer didn't save Deerwood, it doomed it. Yeah, Aethys still need to be stopped. The problem... it lies within the ruins that are being protected by the Glenfathans. Yeah, the war definitely was not focused around those. It was focused on the normal people. Yeah, Aethys needs to be stopped, and so does Woodica. And also, was the whole issue with Margaret, was that something we're supposed to have learned from further conversation? If so, that feels like a bit of a mistake to spoil things like that. Let's see if we can talk to Margaret.
I know it had to be done.
Durance stiffens as he takes in a long, slow breath, steadying himself. Durance seems to sag for a moment. Would have been better had you been spared this knowledge.
No, I am glad to have walked this far with you, seen this truth. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see, with a watcher's eyes. All these dances of words and intrigues, machines of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods, the goddess of justice. If I could end her like Aethys, Margrin burned her once. One can do so again. Woodica, she must answer to her own justice.
These acts feel more akin to Woodica's aspect, her true aspect, or scans. Really?
Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margaret, she must be redeemed. And punishing Woodica, that will serve.
Alright. But anyways, do we actually know that Margaret was not a willing accomplice? Yeah, we exactly don't know the relationship during that time.
Is this some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that, Watcher?
When you departed for Helget's Citadel to strike at Aethys, you traveled so no one could recognize you, correct? You said left Ashfall without telling anyone of your departure. The others who made the Godhammer, they all died, didn't they? That's why I saw the symbols fade from your staff.
If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure, but even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves.
See, when you departed for the Citadel, okay, so we're just gonna go through all these one at a time then.
You answer a question with a question. Then why did I feel her disappointment at Halgot? Why were we shamed?
That she tried to kill you there.
Kill me. She is a goddess. I still drink from her burning breasts, Watcher. If she wished me dead, she could trace me to my source and kill me.
Could she now? See, in the dream of the Godhammer, your spirit looked blurred, indistinct in the light, as if it had been sheared from you. Durant stared at you, his expression frozen, but he's silent, listening. If he had been damaged as I saw in the Godhammer vision, then she may be unable to see you as you once were. Durant turns from you for a moment, his face twists in thought, conflicting emotions running across his features. Finally, he turns to you, his face steady.
There's no proof, Watcher. I was a fool to think you could help me see any farther than I could.
If you don't trust me, then trust your staff. Admit that the other Godhammer builders are dead. Durant turns to the staff, and for a moment you see his eyes burning, taking in the edges of the wood, the symbols inlaid there, the 11 faded circles.
They died in the blast, yes, the other 11. I was the only one to walk away. I thought we had wronged our goddess, that this was my trial, and if I could prove myself worthy of her, I should have known better. There is only one God of redemption, and I saw him ended.
As you study the staff, you feel a wave of heat, a terrible energy rolling forth from it in waves. So much so, it feels as if the Godhammer itself is alive in his hands. And past it, you hear a cry like a child being born. In your eyes, feel the flash of white, then 100 imagined shades of purple and white, streaming and circling into the howling of a storm. And beneath it, the grinding of ancient machines of stone, rock, and metal, grinding and turning until all around you feels as if it's burning, sinking into the shadows of the earth. Beneath the ground, the only place where a spirit might find refuge. I scream. When your vision clears, you see Durant, his hands clutching the staff, and his eyes are bright, burning red. Atop the staff, the flame burns cleanly, brightly. As his gaze burns, he rips his gaze away and howls, a bellowing horde howl like a wounded animal, and sweat pours down his brow. We can make this right. We can see justice is served to her and Woodica both.
To think I served her, I followed her. Now I shall serve no one. Woodica's lies must be answered. And now it seems I must take fire and war from a goddess's false claim as well. I still take from her strength as I did, for as long as it lasts. For I shall not cast her aside yet, until I have drained her dry and had my fill, just as she intended for me. For I have learned one of the lessons of the faithful. The faithful may wound a goddess greater than any enemy. A purification is coming, and this fire shall consume them both.
Okay then. Oh, and that completes the Trials of Durance. Servant of Death. Yeah, we still have to deal with this. Golden Grove. Okay. So for Barrett, we need to kill those two people. Okay, so I've got Helia's boon. What is that? I'm gonna try to get all the boons. +1 to perception, +1 to lore. Yeah, let's see if we can talk to Magrin here. Oh, we can only pray to Galloween? Alright, sure, let's talk to Galloween. Survival begins with strength from within. Or is it struggles our fundamental nature? Yeah, I'm not sure what Galloween was all about. Yeah, this one's Galloween's. Yeah, I know about the whole prey becoming predator and all that. Survival begins with strength from within. There around you stirs and a gust of warm wind blows across the back of your neck. You catch the faintest smell of wet earth. As you kneel in front of the shrine, you feel yourself push forward. You catch yourself on your hands and knees, feeling warm, damp ground beneath them. Looking around, you find yourself crouched in a clearing in the middle of the woods. The smell of dirt hangs heavy in the air. You feel certain this is a vision, but the hairs on the nape of your neck still rise. Something leaps from the bushes. You find yourself pinned on your back and staring into the amber eyes of a massive hound. Galloween. The beast looks at you. Gleaming fangs protrude from the sides of its mouth. Its nose twitches as it inhales your scent. Staring at your shoulder and then proceeding down the length of your arm, you follow its nose to your hand, which is covered in blood. A tongue as red and as meaty as a steak lolls out of its mouth and swipes your bloody hand. Its lips curl into what looks like a smile. The beast looks back at you, and as it fixes you with its glowing eyes, its muzzle retreats into a long bearded face, and its pointed ears lengthen, dropping to the sides of its head. What was a massive hound becomes a giant of a man, his broad, muscled shoulders draped with furs. He holds a flint knife to your neck and grins, revealing a row of long, pointed teeth.
Tread carefully. Let my face be a warning sign to always treat Galloween and his messengers with caution and reverence.
Alright, Phil wraps his tiny but tenacious grip sees your side.
The lioness reigns still, and soon her cubs will rise. Why did you strike the bear down?
Nice, I've found an advantage and held it. Her cunning made her the more deserving champion. Those cubs will be martyrs still one day. That legacy must be protected even from a worthy contender. No, if Ornos could not seize his victory, he did not deserve it.
As always, you sniff out the heart of the matter.
Yeah, the bear was strong, but it was too cowardly to actually face a strong opponent.
Worthiness is proven in conflict. Might grappling with might. Flesh tears, bones break, and the ones that mend are stronger still. Blood mixes, and the worthier substance rises to the top. And you have proven worthy.
Lets out a howl that rings the air. He lowers his head, puffs of steam rising from his panting mouth. Twigs crunch and branches snap. The ground shivers under the weight of pacing, prowling footsteps. A dozen beasts, bears, wolves, and long-fanged cats stalk out of the undergrowth. Their matching amber eyes feast on you. Ravius paces about, sizing up back and circling the party as he emits a Stelgar's growl. Such powerful specimens, larger than anything I've ever seen in the deepest forests of Irglanfath. The father of monsters is deserving of his name. As the beasts encircle you, the master rises to his feet. Even the largest of the bears can only reach his brown and muscle-knotted shoulders. You stand mindful of the ring of predators surrounding you.
You sought and won the favor of Galawain. What new prey do you now pursue?
Right, beyond that, Theos. Yeah, he probably doesn't care about the whole feeding souls to Woodaka.
To track a quarry, you must understand its movements. And Theos follows the path of a more powerful master.
Okay, maybe then mentioning Woodaka would have been the right choice. A warm breeze carried the smell of smoke and gunpowder. Sparks ignite and float in the draft, catching in the leaves over Galawain's head. A sudden blast of heat scalds your face, and even as you run away, a flash of light sears your vision through your eyelids. When you look back, you see a woman in full plate standing next to Galawain. Her mirror-polished armor flickers with images of reflected flames. You can't see her face, but her voice is strong and clear, like the ringing of steel.
Let her know her foe.
Oh hey, Magrin.
Theos has trapped thousands of souls in sun and shadow like rabbits in a snare. Now, he goes there to retrieve the kill for his master, Woodaka. She will feast on them, suck their marrow, grow strong on their essence.
Yeah, so why would Theos help Woodaka?
Because he is her hound. He has always done her bidding.
Woodaka stands for an old order. So does Theos.
Well, that's rather awkward that Magrin is here, considering that we just turned Durance away from her. Abaddon, a golem made of blackened pitted iron, steps out of Magrin's shadow. Its movements are slow yet precise, each footfall accompanied by the groaning and grinding of metal. The steady orange glow of furnace coals emanates from its eye sockets. In Abaddon's crude yet efficient form, you see an uncanny resemblance to the eyeless, yet his limbs are more finely wrought, his joints more flexible. You also feel the essence of the eyeless teeming within him.
They both fear change, and the Deerwood has changed much recently. People find answers not in the gods, but in animancy, the product of their own labors.
And why not? When they have learned that even a god can be killed.
Animancy doesn't seem to trouble you. What should I do about it? Yeah, about animancy. The three gods seem to look at one another. One of the wolves sits and scratches his neck with a quick stroke of his hind leg.
The clash of ideas, the search for answers and meaning. These are other hunts.
This is the destiny of Kith, to struggle and transform, even through animancy.
And to improve. Steady labor and earnest industry elevate Kith above wilder and beast. It is also useful that they should learn to improve their souls, whether through struggle, transformation, or labor. On this, at least, we have no disagreement.
Okay, so at least some of the gods are fine with animancy. Did not realize that. So, what should I do about it?
Track Theos. Follow the trail he has left for you, and corner him in sun and shadow.
You must stop him before he empowers Woodaka.
And if you do, you will have a different decision to make.
And Durance, and if you believe you're free to make the decision how you wish it, you have not been listening to our conversation along the road.
Souls were ripped from the world, ripe and full and pulsing with essence. Scatter them like bones to a pack of dogs. Their essence will strengthen the souls of the Deerwood. Let the remains of the dead feed the survivors.
I should feed the lost soul's essence to the rest of the Deerwood.
To breed strength, power is born from the mixing of essence and blood.
What Theos did cannot be undone. Thousands of lives have changed, and thousands more have ended because of his actions. But transformation gives purpose to trial.
And improvement is the goal of all Gith. Long lives, prosperous futures, stronger minds and bodies. Strengthening those who remain will help repair the damage that Theos has done to the Deerwood.
Yeah, I thought you served the cause of preservation, Abaddon.
Essence cannot remain in a dead body, any more than oil in a broken jar. Even though the stolen lives cannot be preserved, their essence can be used to ensure the survival of the Deerwooden remnant. Thus, the memory and vision of the lost may live beyond them. This is the nature of preservation.
I mean, if we could kind of mix it up and kind of do both with turning the souls to where they belong and at least sending them, well, some of them, and then sending the rest over to across the Deerwood, that would be the more helpful choice, I think. Anyways, now we just have to go find Theos.
And when you descend the pit to Sun in Shadow, you can count on our assistance to see you safely through. As I hope we can count on yours when you reach the bottom. There are many souls upon the burial isle that are sworn to serve us. They belong to you now, and they shall guide your descent.
The rants. His face is grave. Beware the promises of God. They are binding, but only in one direction. Back to Gallowayne, the beasts grow restless, pawing the ground and eyeing you with renewed interest. Bear sniffs at the ground next to your leg. One Stelgar skulks into the circle, his amber's eyes glowing. Gallowayne hurls his knife between your feet, sinking it to its handle. He raises his empty hand.
Hunt him, mortal. And when you stop him, let the souls he has captured feed the Deerwood.
Strengthen the souls of those who remain. Prepare them to face the challenges that will follow. Pledge that you will do this, and we will grant you a power fit for the finest warrior who ever lived.
Betray us, and my beasts shall track you down. Our allegiance is not to be accepted and cast aside.
My friend, this is a most auspicious moment. The Lord of the Hunt has spoken to you without omission or riddles. Heed what he said about his beast seeking you out should you stray from the task, for it is not an empty promise.
Yeah, we kind of really promised Haley up with that. Here are the other guys I have to say first.
Consider and calculate, but decide.
Gallowayne's hand falls and the growling pack lunges into the circle. The vision vanishes in an instant, returning you to Tyr Everon. A burning candle replaced the glowing eyes of Gallowayne's beasts. Yeah, not sure we can actually do that promise. Now then, really Rimgrand. Alright, Rimgrand, what do you believe in? That's Abaddon. Oh, this is Mogren, a struggle. That's Warka. Jonas, Berith, and then Sandicult. Oh, wow. And that one was Scan. Okay, so they're all kind of grouped together. Yeah, so this one was Eothas. Rimgrand. All life ends in stillness. to Rimgrand. Is it all life into souls? I'm guessing then we'll be asked to completely disperse the souls entirely. Well, no. Ilya was asking us to return... No, not to return them to the wheel. She was asking us to restore them where they belong. Yeah, so maybe Rimgrand then will be... return them to the wheel. You feel a sudden gust of cold air as if the shrine were bursting into wintry life. The frigid wind cuts through you like a sharpened blade, and darkness encroaches upon the edges of your sight. Yeah, we didn't... Yeah, we went to Rimgrand's temple last time. Didn't seem too much there. So, probably won't be doing anything with them this time either. You kneel and close your eyes. As you pray, the blackness fades to white, and a howling wind fills your ears. The vision that slowly resolves itself is of a broad, frozen plain. You see a procession of elves in the distance, periodically fading into and emerging from the whiteness. They trudge over snowbanks, the heads down against the driving winds. Sagani, I know this place. This is the white that wins. As they trek past, one man bundled in furs turns his head. He headed for Noonfrost and the frost-hewn breach too. Before he can answer, he lumbered ahead. You follow the caravan, and in a couple minutes you come to a wall of ice. It disappears into the pale emptiness overhead and stretches as far as you can see in either direction. The elves stop in front of a mirror, smooth section that is framed like a temple door. It seems somehow thinner than the rest of the wall. You can't see what's on the other side, but a debilitating cold emanates from within. The elves pull pickaxes and shovels from their sealskin packs and begin hacking at the smooth ice. Their implements flying through the air in swift, shining arcs. Though they throw their bodies into the labor, none of them so much as scratches the polished ice. Yet with each blow, something bellows in the distance. Sagani, whatever that is huge and angry. Sagani squints into the whiteout, and is coming our way. The elves hack away, seeming oblivious to the furious lowing and to the tremor under your feet. The snow has risen to your knees. Your legs feel frozen in drifts. Right, wait. You watch as the elves continue to work at the ice. They pay no heed to the rumbling roar of the rumbling wind. Their movements, however, gradually slow. They labor at the ice with arduously sluggish moves until they finally freeze in place. Some mid-swing, and others preparing for the next blow. You touch the elf nearest to you, and it crumbles into a mound of snow. A final gale blows past, scattering the remains of the elves in a chaotic flurry. You notice a single spiderweb crack in the smooth barrier is the only thing that mars the perfect surface of the ice. Whatever's on the other side of the strange doorway, you feel tugging at you. Only when you look back and see the parallel gashes trailing behind your legs in the snow, do you realize how strong this pull is.
My end comes to all things in time. Seal the frost-hewn breach and instruct the pilgrims in the patience of Remergond.
Look to hold the handful of snow. You fill your hand with snow shoved into the crack. It hardens instantly, and a hoary rime grows over the smooth surface of the frozen doorway. Using it with the rest of the wall, you take your hand away. A perfect crystal of ice remains in your palm. As you examine the crystal, the vision around you fades, but the unmelting shard of ice remains in your hand. Found Noonfrost from Rimgrand's Temple in Otsong. The frost-hewn breach must be here. When I find it, I can use a shard from the vision to close it according to Rimgrand's wishes. Hey there, Serenik. How are you doing? Alright, so I think that's everything now. Yeah, I got Helios Blessing. Need to kill those people for Bareth. And then, as for these three, probably won't be taking the deal with them. So yeah, I just need to see what Rumgrand wants and then maybe move on. Oh.
Stop right there.
Do you enjoy hunting with your Stelgar form? Or do you prefer traditional weapons?
Well, my favorite trick is to pretend I'm just a dead Orlan until something gets really close. Then I shift.
A clever tactic.
I'll say, I once killed a moose by giving it a heart attack.
Right, wrong conversation, you two. Sucks that you're still sick, but it's good that you're actually getting better, though. As for me, a little bit tired. It's been too warm today, and yeah, when it gets too warm, it just makes me overly fatigued. Probably going to spend a good chunk of the day after stream today sleeping. Alright, just supposed to be talking to you people.
You're in the wrong city, Inquisitor. Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
No, not gonna say the rest, okay. I've seen you like pyres with good people tied to them. People I'd known many a year. He seizes you by the throat in your airway tightens. Whether real or imagined, you cannot tell. They deserve your confession. He raises the point of his sword, holding it a hair's breadth from your eye.
Suros, what are you doing?
Startled, the soldier releases you immediately and turns to face the speaker. A woman in a plain wool tunic. Fully a head shorter than he, but somehow seeming to tower over him. You have seen this woman's face before, but from afar, bloodied and buried as she lay stretched across an iron wheel. At the moment, it is marked with only concern. Really, we've seen that before. When was that?
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
Iovara, if she is so poor an assassin as to approach an armed guard in daylight, I should have little to fear. I would hear what this woman had to say. She stares him down until he can no longer face her. He turns away, sour-faced, and pretends to be suddenly distracted by something far off.
Surely this is some trick of my mind. I did not expect to see you again.
Iovara's eyes widen as she sees your face for the first time. Right, are we? Yeah, we were taking the memory of that one guy who had some relations to Iovara, who was rebelling. Yeah, he did ask us to spy. Iovara doesn't blink. Are things as desperate as that over there? I'd never have known. I hope your next assignment is more stimulating. Listening to my lectures is dull work for a spy. It's good to have an old friend back all the same. It's lonelier than you might expect. Changing your friend for followers. Whatever your reasons, I've missed you over all these years. Having you here now at a time when I'm surrounded by strangers is a wonderful gift.
I would like for you to stay here in our camp as my guest.
My lady Iovara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
No longer able to remain quiet, the soldier approaches Iovara. Iovara and puts his hand on her shoulder, turning her aside. His voice is hushed, but by no means private.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one woman's ability to reason once she knows the truth, what hope do we have?
My lady, she admits being a spy.
Yeah, you're kind of just brushing over that aspect, huh?
That should make her less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us.
Oh no, then you certainly are confident.
We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition wants my life, they can have it. But they know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come, we have much to talk about.
Alright, so interesting little flashback for that. Now then, for the quest that we were just given. Oh, Valewood. That's where the bounty was. Anyways, I think the dwarf guy is supposed to be there. Although it might be quicker just to go to the temple first. Anyways, so the dwarf is I think Newell. When I learn who or what this is, you will no doubt be nearby. Oh, okay, so it's to be somewhere else then. And then the Golden Grove. Right, maybe we didn't need to travel this far. Well, anyways, we still have business in the Valewood for the one bounty quest. How did I overlook this thing for so long? It was right here. We know it was, but then we kept on missing it. There you are. Yeah, just a young drake. Oh, neat. Ivory Worm figurine. Nice little summon.
Very well.
Really should have noticed that this was available a long time ago.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children.
Let's see, Bounty Hunter, you are in here, right? Are you going to give some new ones or no?
Gods keep you.
Alright, so he's dead. Anything new? Yeah, Vampire. Then Green Death. Oh, okay, just those two, okay. So some Doomsayer set up in some kind of called in the catacombs beneath the Copper Lane. Okay, easy to deal with. What with the Green Death? Alchemist in Mercy Vale. No, the Green Death is a troll that some alchemist wants. Okay. Glasdale in Liremin. Okay. Where the Glen Fountains after. Oh, Cleabin Relag. Priest. Oh no, okay, these are all different ones. Never mind. Orphan, a high priest of the scattered god, has been desecrating gravesites all over the Deerwood. Killed the squad of Crucible Knights. Okay. So Eastern Wood. Let's swap out Zawa for a deer for now. Right, random grand adventure. Well, Jenna, you can handle this.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm not going to go and hunt down all the bounties, since that's mostly just the XP and gold. Yeah, and we're kind of at max level and we got everything we want. So not much reason to actually be hunting them down.
Hope you're not expecting much.
So I just want to see how difficult they actually are. Yeah, get that taken care of and then we can go back to focusing on the main quest. Plus, this is just in the catacombs. That one's easy to figure out. Alright, so where are you going to be? There you are. And then you're a bunch of vessels, so it should be easy enough to deal with. Oh, but then you're also spellcasters. Yeah, that's gonna be slightly more of an issue. Alright, Durant's run up here. And oh, okay, you got confused.
What?
Oh, you're already dead. Yeah, we're a bit beyond these bounties. And they don't particularly drop anything too unique. Okay, let's head back to Twin Elms, and yeah, first we'll head up to the Rune Grand Temple first, since we actually know where that one is. And that's for the one about the 2 people that are supposed to kill. I'll ask around about some of those locations. Let's see, there was a lady in here who told us to go away. You. Looking for the frost-hewn breach. The bear's flush rises in her pale cheeks. As said, only the shrine in the eastern wing is open. The rest of the temple is closed to visitors right now. I suggest that you make your devotion there and leave. Durance. Your cheeks flush, Watcher. Perhaps as she misinterpreted what you meant by frost-hewn breach. Really, Durance? Your eyes dart between the two doors on either side of the room. That's all. Okay, so we might actually have to sneak in there. Between the two doors on either side of the room.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Okay, we can actually enter here. But I'm guessing they'll be very angry if we try to lockpick.
A simple test. That's settled.
I mean, they're not shouting at us. Give me a proximity thing.
A simple test. That's settled.
The Rants discovered something.
Something over there.
Nice little trap. No, don't trigger it. Stop. Well, they'll be unhappy about this. And all it cost was one dead priest. As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. You see a doorway filled with glowing eyes. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
Gods, it's gotten hard to concentrate. You shouldn't be here, traveler, and the others of my clan won't be so lenient if they find you sneaking around.
Yeah, we just kind of killed him already, but we'll ignore that for now. The pale elf turns to look at you, exhaustion written on his elegant face. Rubs one red eye with the heel of his hand, and you notice his little finger has shriveled to a black nub. See, that's why you don't stick your finger into the freezing hole. Use a pack of snow. Anyways, Rimgrand sent me to close the frost-hewn breach. His red eyes widen. You are a woman of compassion. Would you trap us here another 100 lifetimes? He shakes his head, awareness creeping back into his eyes. We can't continue like this. We've got to find a way into the White Void. The White Void.
Rimagon's domain. A place where all things are mingled like snowflakes in a blizzard. It's a vortex of such chaos that even the beast of winter himself could not calculate the trajectory. The infinite particles of essence there. As souls are broken down over successive reincarnations, they become part of the White Void. It is a place where all things find perfect unity and freedom. The frost-hewn breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the White Void. Thin ice on a frozen lake. We've come from the white that wends to find it.
Alright, so these people want to enter to that special place of Rimgrand, but Rimgrand doesn't want them, apparently. Yeah, you want to open the breach.
So that we can die permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimagon since our earliest incarnations. He's the god of entropy. Why would he force us to be reborn again and again?
Oh, Rimgrand, okay, not Rimgrand. Perhaps looks at a glass vial solemnly, and he looks at you. That rage just sounds painfully similar. Why did the god of seekers punish me for asking a question? Still, I wish I could have given him the peace Wow has shown me. The gods act in ways that are normal to us. To ascribe them motivation is to assume them to be folk, not gods. Better to accept in advance and then to lament and stay stuck in one place.
But if anything could pass through the frost-hewn breach, it would enter directly into the white void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
Alright, so this is actually going to be the will or not. Can't oppose the will of God. I mean, you kind of can. I mean, Eothas got blown up because of that. Yeah, we can't just show him the crystal, we have to give it to him. Well, we do have the ice shard to close the breach. Perhaps it will let you through, really now. Glasswell cups his hand around the shard, his face lit by its frozen glow. A token from the beast of winter himself. He closes his hands around the frozen crystal. You've given us a gift that's been denied to us for centuries. Thank you. He summons the rest of the Pale Elves, and they gather around the frost-hewn breach. Right, might have been the wrong choice. And they all disappear. Oh wow, we lost reputation. Well, let's centric with them. Neutral with the fangs. Ethic null, faintly bad. Oh yeah, Golden Grove, we know where that is. Alright, let's try that again.
A simple test. That's settled.
Of course.
Careful, don't walk near anyone.
I can do that. A simple test. That's settled.
Gods, it's gotten hard to concentrate. You shouldn't be here.
Syndicate Reach, White Void.
The frost-hewn breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the white void.
Let's get about for people. Maybe we can change something with that.
We call ourselves Glomfellan. Most here know us as Pale Elves. We hail from the White that Wends, a glacial continent at the southernmost edge of Aora.
Sagani nods. They're nomads. Hardy lot. Some of the tribes occasionally spend a season in southern Nazitak.
We received a watcher in our lands a season ago and paid her to tell us of the origins of our souls. We wanted to contemplate the essence that fills us and consider how Remergaunt might shatter and sow us once our days are spent. We were not prepared for what we learned.
I don't think the Watcher was either. She explained that every one of us had been reborn whole into the clan over centuries. Generations spanning back to the first days our people set foot on the White that Wends. We'd all been cut off from the mercy our God promises. That night we began awakening, experiencing fragments of our past lives, old hatreds, dead passions, tangled memories. Illuminated nothing but the realization that we're doomed to live 1,000 pointless lives, ever closer to Rimgrand's salvation. How did he conclude those lives are pointless? Ravis ponders aloud behind you. Maybe Rimgrand has shown them exactly what they asked and they can't see the answer in front of them. I suppose when one seeks when they ought to listen, a leap of reasoning is to be expected. Rimgrand, or Glassfall. Want to die, we want Rimgrand to scatter our souls to the ether, and there are million fragments that we might join in the white void. Yeah, so you want to open the breach, so try to not to deal with the crystal.
So that we can die permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimagond since our earliest incarnations.
Yeah, we went over this one.
But if anything could pass through the frost-hewn breach, it would enter directly into the white void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
See, are we really going to have to attack them? See, you can't oppose the will of a god. He laughs, but his eyes do not. You think that because Rimgrand spoke to you in a dream, you can march in here and tell us about his will? Or that your elegant words will direct our fate? We followed him and suffered by him for almost as long as this temple has stood. Now we seek the very end that he promises. Do not lecture me about my duties to my god. Yeah, if Rimgrand wished for your souls to enter the white void, when did he make it so? I don't pretend to understand his will, and neither should you. So we should live another 100 lifetimes of toil, in devotion to a god who will not even deign to give us a reason. He heaves a sigh, clouding the air between you. We've been faithful to Rimgrand all these generations, and even now, it's his mercy we seek. And these centuries are but the blink of an eye to one who's eternal. Looks at the drawn, haggard faces of his people. If it's Rimgrand's will, we'll go back to the white that went. Perhaps one day he'll reward our endurance. They turn to leave, shuffling through the noon frost ice-slick halls. Hooray! Eternity torment of reincarnation over and over and over and over again. And free stuff for us. So black ice rises from the floor like long finger-like ice crystals, as hard and clear as diamond, surrounded and pierced the altar. A hole has been gouged out in the middle of the altar, though it can't be more than a few inches deep. It sucks at the air around you. Can I plug the hole? The shard fits perfectly. As it settles into place, the cold around the altar dissipates. Similarly, the portal before you seems to thicken, and the mysterious seepage tapers off. And no loss of reputation. Are they all gone? Free stuff is free?
Nothing is closed to the perception.
A simple test.
Sharp
Yep,
eyes and
free stuff is free.
keen ears.
A simple test. That's settled. Something over there.
Yeah, you're trapped, but we can't untrap you. Oh yeah, you're more. Right, if we're ready to back, we can have him have a look at that. Maybe learn something new.
I can do that. That's settled. A simple test. That's settled.
Oh, a person. Alba, a young Orlin, scrambles on the stone floor, resting her back against the wall, baring her teeth at you. Her fur is patchy and matted. As you step into the room, she squints and turns her large ears towards you. A heavy sigh escapes her tiny body. Please take me, my eyes mistake you for one of them. Please get me out of here. Kay did not know that they were keeping captives. So, what happened to the people that, tell me about the people that captured you. She snarls, her pointed teeth flashing. A clan of pale elves from the white that blends devotees of Rimmergrand, or so they claim. Their actions suggest other intent. They come ready to fight wizards, priests, and paladins. A wizard named Glasval leads them, a man obsessed with the Frostune Breach. My ears hear him through the wall, casting spells and calling upon strange powers. I don't know what he wants with it, but no good could come of it. Well, he's already dealt with. Although, what is the history of the Frostune Breach? Now it's something to do with Rimmergrand, the Beast of Winter. I follow Galloway and myself. Okay, so you were just somebody else. So what happened to you? When Noonfrost began freezing the lake, my sister Larha sent me to seek out the cause. The pale elf Astromorn seized me before I could report back. These pale elves are behind it. They showed up in the Twin Elms not long ago, saying they wanted to see to the upkeep of Noonfrost. I don't know how, but they opened the Frostune Breach at the back of the temple. Sucks warmth and life straight into the frozen god's barren domain. They've got to be stopped. It's only a matter of time before the cold spreads further. Well, they're already all gone, so yeah, go ahead and make a run for it. She turns towards the hall, and her large ears angle forward. As fast as my feet can carry me, she scrambles for the exit on emaciated arms and legs. At the door, she glances back at you. Thank you guys for more, and be careful. It doesn't say completed. I mean, yeah, she's already free, so. Okay, we have to report to her. More keys.
I can do that. That's settled. I can do that. That's settled.
A lot of keys. Alright, so there she is. Orlin stands under the open sky, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Feels like I've been reborn. Come by the mall sometime. The rest of the Fangs will want to meet the cunning Estromor who freed me. Can we just report to her? Alright, head inside. So where would you be?
Quiet.
Larha, you.
What brings you here?
Yeah, I found Awa. Breath catches in her throat. Your own eyes, I've seen her. Yeah, we freed her from Noonfrost. She's enjoying the fresh air before she returns. You've accomplished a great service, for the Fangs and for me. Lara takes another deep breath. I was wrong about you, Esther. I did not see you truly. Please accept a gift worthy of your honor and skill. And what gift would that be? And they're reunited. So what did we actually gain? Scales of the Raven, as well as a bunch of reputation. So medium armor, mostly stealth, and then perception. Not bad. Yeah, probably a bit too heavy for a grieving mother. I don't really have a stealth-focused character, unfortunately, aside from the devil, Karok. But she has her own body, can't switch out her armor. Now, Awa, anything more for you to say? Alright, she waves at you, a broad smile on her thin mouth. Prefer a sleek and glossy now, and a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Good to see you again, so how are you? Whole and well, thanks to you. Not that Lara's given me a chance to rest. She eyes another Orlan woman. My sister makes me earn my keep around here. You spent long enough stuck in that frozen cell, didn't you? Your limbs need exercise now. Teach me what you know. Really, teach what? As long as you can keep up. Oh, boon, or yeah, granted blooded hunter. New talent, passive. Oh hey, damage reduction. Force, slash, and pierce, and then plus 1 to stealth. Okay, pretty good. Now then, about the servants for death. Yeah, Golden Grove and Ithic Knoll. I think that was in the other place. Yes, within Elm Reach. Golden Grove is the place where we had to go for Ravis's quest, as well as the place where apparently they had the poison for the small child. And then the other one with the dwarves is where they're doing all the sacrifices. Monster and natural longevity, nothing else. This I claim. They say High Ovate Irona was born not long after the builder. Right, so she's the one we have to kill. Where is she? Okay, that doesn't lead to anything special. Alright, Iswold, are you supposed to be talking to you? You deserve a better leader. Some of you aren't happy, apparently. An elf with plastic green eyes nods a greeting. Welcome to the Golden Grove.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Alright, who leads your order? High Ovate Arona leads us. She sometimes journeyed to Elmshore to renew her strength. However, She's there now with some of her closest followers, in fact. Verona is a mighty elm among us. She's lived for generations. There are none who understand the world as well as she, and we are fortunate to have her wisdom to answer our questions. Right, so Elmshore. I have more about Verona. Why you must meet her for yourself. She is wise and kind, and she has led our order from the beginning. And she walks among us and gives freely of herself. That's what so many of us cherish about her. She is present among us in a way that the gods never are. Okay. So we know where she is. Are you down here? You're still not happy, right? Let out. What's her opinion? No? Cameron?
Hail, Estramor.
No, okay, nothing particular with you. Who are we supposed to be finding? Is it going to be the person conducting the ceremony in the back? Yep, Ithik Newell.
Now this I haven't seen before.
Alright, so here's the keeper. Or named people. Might be you, Archdruid. The dwarf wears crimson robes that are stained and streaked with dark patches. Oh, that's why there was all that blood in the vision. His face is smooth but lacking youthful elasticity. It's as if the lines and wrinkles have been formed and erased many times over. He watches you with eyes like two black pits as he wipes his hatchet on his robes. Yeah, a lot of this is also part of the vision.
No one comes to Blood Sands without a purpose. What is yours?
Bareth believes it's time you paid your dues. Rishton grunts. Then he can descend from his mighty pantheon and tell me himself. Yeah, that's... Ooh, this is going to ruin the reputation with them. Well, that's why we're here.
When do the gods send mortals to collect? You don't exactly look like the Pallid Knight. This is the trouble with deities. They meddle in a world that they don't even inhabit. I hope they promised you something better for your next life.
Alright, a lot of fighting. Summerson's prone. Immune. Still fighting? Yes, you are.
Need something? not getting...
Lost reputation with ethic null. Oh, that's okay. Oh. What about everyone else? Yeah, overwhelming, that's fine. Fangs, yeah, allies. Twin Elms, hero. I can go with that. And then Purgatory. Nice little saber. Interesting, some damage restored his endurance.
Of course.
We're gonna have to fight our way out. Yeah. Oh, they're not that strong. And you just had to follow.
All right then.
Alright, so how angry is everyone else going to be? Alright, not that angry. So where's the other lady? I'm sure. Oh, are they going to be over in that thing? Yep. Nelf stands on a dais in the middle of a clearing. The ground is blanketed with leaves in various shades of russet and gold. Her eyes are closed and her arms are folded in front of her. A curtain of autumnal yellow hair hangs in front of her face. As you draw near, she lifts her chin and looks at you with shifting hazel eyes.
Greetings, Estremor. You are among the ovates of the Golden Grove.
Right, Barrett has sent me to end your life. It has continued for too long.
And counted on your silent acceptance of such commands, no doubt. What is a god that his voice should carry so far? And what are you that you should so eagerly obey? The gods only have dominion over what we cede, and you would cede matters of life and death to them.
Well, she is a priest in Barrett, and she does have to occasionally do priestly things. I didn't see if Ravius, I didn't see it half my face to element by choice. Ravius grumbles from beside you. I wish the sentiment to be true, but agelessness has made her ripe with folly. The gods may be fickle and hard to know, but they are not constrained by our permission. Oh, we might be able to argue with her. Are you any different? You've extended your life beyond its natural span. Through work and wisdom, the greater the tree, the more fruit it may yield. She nods at the ovates gathered in the clearing. They are vines climbing an ancient element to the sunlight. My growth that sustains them. Should our harmony fall prey to a god's jealousy? Your growth has stunts theirs. They learn nothing apart from you. But this is what you demanded of other ovates. You're no different from Ethic Null or the gods. A storm of protest brews behind her color-shifting eyes. She says nothing for several seconds, but you see the fury slowly drain from her face as her eyes fade to the brown of dead leaves. Finally, Arona lowers her head. Your words carry truth and shame. It was never my desire to diminish my followers, but I can see where perhaps my roots left no room for them to grow. Very well. If my season has ended, then let me pass with it. As she closes her eyes, the warmth and color drain from her body. Her breathing slows, her ashen skin stiffening with a dull patina. When the last sigh that leaves her lungs, cracks carve their way across her flesh, dividing it into hardened ridges. Within seconds, Arona has petrified, her bark-encrusted face turned toward the ovates below the dais. Okay, it's peaceful there. And she became a nice little statue. And yeah, we gained reputation. Oh, and we gained more reputation with Ethic Null after we killed a whole bunch of them. Alright, so everything worked out. What is their reputation overall? Still extremely bad with them. But always, yeah, it's still champion. Okay. Oh, not bad. Right, let's head to the inn, have a bit of a rest, and then we can finish talking to the rest of the gods.
Greetings.
shooting a small matter up is while we had the chance. Yeah, I do like Ayla's magic a bit better.
Well met, friend.
May Wal watch your step.
Yes?
Let's see if we have anything in this book that we can learn. Which is a no.
Indeed.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh, you're a bit stuck. Right, let's see what the gods want us to promise this time around. As you prepare to gain, you again find yourself on the road. Squinting into the distance, you see a short, pale figure waiting for you. At first, you think it's another vision of the archer-druid Reshton, but then you notice the figure is a skeletal frame and a rictus grin. He stands in front of another skull gate. The way leads down, not onward. He beckons for you to approach. That must be the usher. Ayla's voice is low. Ayla this time. Behind you is a woman, her skin a milk pale against her black hair. She wears a suit of armor so dark it seems to suck the light from the stars. The road winds up a mountain behind her.
A toll, traveler.
And the Pallid Knight. Follow the usher. Sure, pay the Pallid Knight. Drop a few coppers into her hand as she closes her fist around the coins. You instantly feel a small weight added to your purse. The Lord of this road demands a toll of all, but he lends generously. At all my trouble, this road again. Behind her, the usher grins, his lips a smile, and waits. The road bores into the mountain, and you find yourself in a gigantic cavern. The ceiling curves up and away, and it is dotted with moisture. At this distance, the shining beads look like stars, clustered and scattered in constellations. The usher and the Pallid Knight lead you up the trail, carved into the edge of the cavern. The two identical cave mouths wait up ahead. As you follow the usher up to one of them, Standing at the edge and gazing down, you see an endless, ever-changing plain bisected by a road. Only then do you realize that you are no longer on the road. As you follow the road to the point where it disappears below you, you realize that you're standing in one of the eye sockets of the massive skull. The usher points to the road. The road and road and road and road again. Archdruid Reston appears below you. He's just as you remembered him, stern and smooth-skinned, yet with each step along the road he grows, swelling with blood and essence. His heavy steps become slower and slower until he stops altogether. His distended body fills the path completely.
You met a dwarf traveling this road. What did you do?
He lived on the blood of others. I saw justice done. Reshin had stood in place for too long. I really set him moving again. It is the destiny of all mortals to die, fulfill the will of the gods. Yeah, Reshin has stood in place for too long and really set him moving again. Val's flesh is taut against her skull. She nods once, barely dipping her chin.
Life is kinetic. Forward motion. 100 beginnings and endings nested within 1,000,000 more.
As Reshin's swollen body ruptures, the effect is like a dam bursting. Ghostly figures as hazy and indistinct as whiffs of smoke continue along the cleared path. Some stumble and rush along while others amble and drift, but all continue forward. The usher directs her attention to another figure moving down the path. This time, you see High-Elevate Arona. As she follows the road, her movements become slow and erratic. Her legs creak with each step, and her feet grow long, thick roots that burrow into the ground. Finally stops, rooted in place.
You found a tree that had lived for centuries. Its roots were deep, and its boughs sheltered many. Why did you cut it down?
As a parasite, while its branches sheltered others, its roots suck them dry. That is a rather harsh way to say things.
All draw their life's energy from the deaths of others. This is why all must remain part of the cycle of death and rebirth. No creature may be a closed loop unto itself.
And Rona's body petrifies below, and the shimmering leaves of her hair blow down the path. Whereat, you seek another who has lived his lives on the brink of the cycle. He sits on the inside of the wheel, observing its revolutions. With each life, he is plucked from the stream and returned to it intact. Why do you hunt Theos? Yeah, Theos has trapped thousands of souls for Woodica. Got to stop him from giving her absolute power. Although, that's not quite what we've been going after. Yeah, we didn't even learn about the whole serving Woodica thing until just now, so... something else. Seek a resolution. In confronting him, I'll put an end to the pain he's caused.
You seek always the practical, straightforward answer. But the only resolution is a clean slate. An end that leads to a new beginning.
Living Mother, free yourself from the man that haunts you, the memories that haunt you. There will be no peace for you while he lives. Aerith, Theos serves Woodica. She desires an escape from her own cycle. Power without decline. Theos has removed thousands of souls from the cycle so that their essence might empower her. You must stop him, and you must return them to the cycle. The black depths of her eyes threaten to swallow you. What end would it serve to send the souls back into the cycle? Why does Woodica even need Theos' help? The gods guide souls to the cycle of death and rebirth, but Eora is the domain of mortals. We stand aside, weights and counterweights. For one to alter the tides of Kith, all would follow. We would tip this world from its axis. That is why Wodoka directs a mortal to do her bidding, and why any who would stop Theos must be mortal as well. Alright, makes sense then. So then what end would it serve to send the souls back into the cycle? Attending to these souls is a question of stability, Watcher, of maintaining the natural order of the world and the ebb and flow of essence. Yeah, can they be returned to the Hollowborn? A shattered, burdened being. Do you mix soured wine with fresh? The kindness you seek lies in giving them a new beginning, not in shackling them to this life. Alright, so plenty of choices with this. But we already promised Celia. Cycles are changeless and monotonous. Surely there's a better alternative. If they also meddle these souls, perhaps it would be better to destroy them. Yeah, I'm guessing then this is advocating for the other gods' choices. Yeah, then I think this one would be the Abaddon and Glenfath's choice. Lucian Revolution is merely part of another cycle and a painful one. True change has structure. Geometry, it is part of cycles within cycles, 1,000 gears spinning and moving the universe by degrees. And then what's wrong with Wodoka seizing this power? The cycle of Kith is a thing of balance, and likewise is the cycle of gods. We rise and fall in the favor of mortals, only to fall and rise again. But Wodoka seeks the power to place herself outside the cycle. She would root herself and grow to the detriment of others. The usher is silent, gestures to the road. The usher silently gestures to the road, where a broken tree and a husk of flesh are still visible. Yeah, okay, so it should be kind of like them. Alright, so the usher gestures to the road and the star expands beyond while the pallid night speaks. Only show you the motion of the universe, Watcher. Okay, must go to sun and shadow.
No mortal can survive the descent into the pit. But there are souls on the burial isle that are pledged to me. I will grant them to you, and they shall bear you down safely, as well as light the way beyond.
Return to the cycle, Watcher. Promise that you will, and I shall give you power befitting a champion of death. Alright, well, hear what the other guys have to say. We already promised Celia. What Theos seeks to do cannot be done, even by the turning of the wheel. Yeah, only Helia so far thinks that something can be done about this. Well, at least, yeah, something can be done with the Hollowborn. While so far the other two groups are more that that souls are too damaged and that they be better repurposed, either by giving them to empowering everyone else or by just returning them to the cycle. I'm guessing Rimground then is just outright destroying them. As Snowstorm gets closer, you see an aurochs as colossal and slow as a glacier. Its shaggy white hair is matted with frost, but beneath it, ribs like a ship's frame protrude. Visible puffs of air issue from Sakani's gaping mouth. It's the beast of winter. A man, emaciated and almost naked, huddles at the beast's leg. His body is scored with lash marks, and his nose and ears have been carved from his face. His black eyes pierced throughout. Yeah, scan. Yeah, thanks for it. By the wheel, it's scan. Rimgrand. The arc stops and stands before you, enveloping you in the violent blizzard that surrounds it. Though its mouth does not move, the beast speaks in a deep, thunderous voice.
A clan of Glamfelin ventured from the White Fat Wens to find the crack in the ice. When you sealed it, you damned their souls to a slow weathering here, one they had sought to escape.
Their souls will eventually break down the recklessness and nature of the rest of the old song. This is what your vision directed. Yeah, they were kind of reckless.
For each there is a season watcher. Winter's shroud covers all things in its time. The heat and energy of life dissipates, and untethered essence fades into chaos. But entropy is a chisel of ice and a hammer of wind. It is not for mortals to wield these tools.
I'm glad you find this amusing, Scan. Oh hey, Sandra. The world shudders beneath you and a great crack echoes through the white expanse. The ice splits at your feet, waves lapping through the rift. A low melancholy voice rises from the depths.
I did not expect we would meet again so soon. You destroyed the army that threatened your life.
Alright, so I didn't think we would either, but I'm told I need your help. No thanks to you, I mean... sorta? Maybe? What should you even really help with? But still though, don't be rude to the goddess. And then you cost me someone that would be a great deal to me. Well, no, that's kind of our choice. Could send to anyone, plus... not like we knew Manaha all that long. So yeah, I didn't think we would either, but I'm glad, but I'm told I need your help.
What is it you seek?
The thousands of souls that Theos has stolen for Uruka.
Theos has removed these souls from the cycle. They are ice melting in the sun. Let them fade.
Yep, you are the advocate for let them die.
Let them forget this world and be forgotten by it.
Andra, didn't you learn your lesson from last time?
Take the souls she so desires and grind them into dust. Let her see her careful schemes thoroughly ruined.
That last one sounds a little nastier than the other two. Definitely. So, Rimmergrand, for several seconds the waves wash quietly against the ice and the Aurochs stand silently amidst the churning flurries.
It is the destiny of all things to crumble and join the chaos that follows this world. Some seek it willingly, as you have seen.
To mingle, roiled and stirred by the tides of the universe. It is not an unkind fate.
Yeah, why do you oppose Uruka?
She desires to order chaos and shackle the agents of change in the world. Under her, all things would remain static and frozen according to her laws.
Yeah, nobody likes Uruka.
Even now, she only barely keeps the pact of the gods to leave the affairs of Kith in mortal hands. She moves in Theos where she cannot move directly.
And so we call on you to do the same. Such are the schemes of the queen that was.
So you would give these souls the very fate you sought to deny the Glamfellan pilgrims.
I am the beast of winter. I neither speed nor alter my path for the whims and desires of Kith. I take souls at the time of my choosing, be it mote by mote or in a sudden tempest of chaos.
Yeah, they were rushing the process.
These souls, they have already forgotten their place in this world. They have been lost to existence. Let them be memorialized and mourned for an age and then forgotten entirely.
Alright, Seeking Theos.
When you reach the burial isle, we will send lost souls to guide you through the pit. This is our gift to you. What you do after you face Theos will be your choice, but we would have you set the stolen essence adrift.
And whether you would heed us or no, understand that our end comes to all things eventually. Help us achieve it, and we shall reward you now with a power to rival Theos's.
But do not choose lightly. We forget nothing, least of all a betrayal.
Let's see, achievement gained. What was it for? Yeah, achievement. Appease all the gods. Complete all of the god appeasement quests. Neat. Okay, so got that, and we didn't even have to accept them. Okay, hear about what the other gods have to say first.
Do not wait forever. We wait, but Theos does not.
Remorgan continues toward you, swallowing you in the blinding, deafening snowstorm. You experience a dizzying, exhilarating disorientation, oblivious to the landscape around you, and even the reality of your own body. You hear a noise that could be the shrieking winds or Scan's screeching cackle, and then recedes with everything else. Remorgan reappears in the distance, trudging away from you, and the whiteout follows him. As the vision of snow fades and leaves you in the wake of flagstones of Tir Evran. Alright, all those quests have been completed. Though I do believe we already have Helia's deal, so we should be able to pursue him. Yeah, I think we only needed at least one of them, so we don't want to anger all the gods. Let's go ahead and move this along. But nice to see all the options, even if we're not going to take them all. Though that option, just let them disappear, is a bit of an odd choice. Like, I could understand the repurposing them to empower the still living, and the one that's letting them return to the wheel, as well as the rebirth one, but just letting them disappear feels completely unnecessary.
Hail, Estramor.
And then the pathway up to the ruin, up to the pit we're supposed to jump in, should be clear. Oh, vision. Oh, you were.
When I was a girl, and the missionaries came and told us about the gods. They said we could see them in the stars.
Alright, so Iovara is back.
I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
See, the fort outlawed was used, it was a false sense of security. They'll do a lot worse if they ever return. Those missionaries are all Inquisitors now. Strange to think they're the same people underneath. But I suppose you would know. She looks at you. Called this place home once. You worry about it. Our being here puts Kratom at risk. Worry about you. Been through worse. See, they were old friends, so worry about you, I guess? You should be more worried about yourself. Had the guards still plot your death at night. I miscalculated.
Calculated many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you.
Okay, so the two things worked out between them.
I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. Kratom is not built to withstand a siege. If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies in a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
Feel words formed long ago rising in your throat like a toxic black bile. Have you thought about Osinius? Right, they were trying to lure her there because they have control of the king there. Okay, so apparently we still betray her.
Osionis. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
Okay, so yeah, the past in life did betray her. And what are you? Oh, are you the souls that are supposed to be protecting us from Helia? The ones that Helia promised.
Another turn, Inquisitor.
Theos signals some unseen attendant standing beside a large crank.
I ask again, Jovara Exensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused?
He waits, but Iovara only stares straight ahead. Her face is stony, the creak of her restraints the only sound.
Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
She opens her mouth to speak, strands of the thin spittle spanning from one lip to the other, like a spider's thread.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
I confess to opening minds.
Do you confess to false prophecy?
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
Theos pauses, his eyes narrow.
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Iovara seems to look directly at you.
Another turn.
No! Wait! I'm ready.
You are ready to give a confession?
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Iovara gasped for breath, gathering up what little strength she had left to speak. Theos shakes his head and points at the Inquisitor, and the scraping grind of rusted gears echoes in your mind as the apparitions fade away. Right, so that eventually lead Joy's past life to betray Theos. Alright, leave into the pit. And before that, I'll be right back. Oh, Skulls from Mother. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. Alright, so let us continue. Oh, we're supposed to look at that quest. Never mind. A great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Boudica. No light from the surface reaches the bottom. But even so, you catch flickers of a ghostly glow in the depths. A wind from the pit buffets you. It isn't cold, but it raises goose flesh along your arms. The wind carries a whisper, low and sibilant. As you look into the pit, souls gather around you. They encase you in a cloud of essence that swirls around your body while you consider your next move. Jump into the pit. You jump, trusting in the promise of the gods and the power of the souls to bear you safely down. The sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But while they slowly descend, you can still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting toward the wall. Right, so resolve to control the souls to guide yourself to safety. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your mind. But what's a jumble of souls becomes a single entity, coordinated and purposeful. It steers you to safety at the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position in that rate of descent. You reach the court of the penitents, millennia-old stones safely under your feet. Completed Act 3. Oh, really? Okay, that was... yeah, a lot shorter than I thought. Alright, consider trial level for the content in Act 4. We'd like the critical path to be increased. Yeah, sure, increase the difficulty.
After what seems like an eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
Well, that went better than I expected.
Think I dislocated my... That's better.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me, then.
This place is cursed.
Not access the stronghold. Alright, so we're gonna miss out on whatever it was that we were asked. Oh, this is the final act. And yeah, from what I saw, it should be even shorter than Act 3 then. Oh, we might actually finish this today. Was not expecting that.
We've lost the angry one.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't start off well.
And what does the flame reveal?
So, can we detect the traps or not? Unfortunately for you, Inamok, you get to go out ahead. Oh, you don't even trigger the traps. How dare you? Okay, and then there's some shades.
How may I help? I shall be discreet.
Oh, now you can eject them. Right, that works. Really?
I wonder what this is.
Any more?
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
And what does the flame reveal?
Got you already up there. Right, a lot of undead now. Spirits. So how boosted are going to be? Not that boosted.
Don't even slow it down!
Of course.
Tentacly. It tugs at your essence, a pulse from the world itself moves through it.
Sharp eyes,
Specters.
keen ears.
And other animats.
Can't get a good shot with this. I'll take a look.
Yeah, not a super large place. Unless there's going to be multiple levels.
Can't get a good shot with this.
What?
How may I help?
Well, don't die. It'd be very inconvenient if you actually did.
All right. Right then.
Might be trapped all over the place.
The work of a moment.
Not animats. We should work on you guys? No.
Laying low.
The work of a moment.
How did you fully recover? We didn't rest or anything. Eovara, a column of Audra rises above you, stoic and silent, its rigid layers of measuring stick for the passing of ages. It feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in this core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished, yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. At your approach, the flame seems to steady and draw strength, and the layers separating it from you melt away, and you're bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in the gloom. The glow seems to fade as though he had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Eovara steps into existence, in Aedolic shade hovering above the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears as somewhat different to you now, a slight stoop to her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of a sunkenness in her eyes. There's a broad scar across her face, fibrous and warmy where flames once lapsed, unhealed even in depths.
Hello, old friend. The ages have been kind to you, I hope. You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
Here to free you, go wherever fate takes me. Want to make sure you still suffer for your transgressions. Any answers, and you better give them to me, ghost, or I'll find you a fate worse than this. So very, very harsh on that. Yeah, it would seem that of unfinished business here.
I'd hoped after our last discussion you would find what you sought. Has it eluded you all this time? I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle he seeks to empower Wodoka and to blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
Alright, so you know me when Theos did. Something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about that lifetime in my soul I can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from the life of you, of the Inquisition of Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Eovara's mouth tightens and her brow furrows. A look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of yours, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak. Impressive, considering that she's a death godlike, and you can't see her eyes.
That the gods aren't real.
Oh no, that's quite a take to have in this place.
Huh. I dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief. She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
That doesn't seem possible.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
Okay, so it's not outright denying of their existence, just of their nature, I guess? The power of the station, of the title? Yeah, so how exactly did you come to think this way?
The Nguithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them. And in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Yeah, but we've seen Abaddon's skeleton. Seen him before Senate, I guess. I mean, maybe that's what disqualifies him from being a god in her view. However, later on after I left the order, a few Nguithans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed what I did and not already know. Alright, so who created these gods then, and for what?
They were conceived by Enguith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Nguithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
Interesting, but when we learned in the White March DLC, Andra, she took part in destroying the Nguithans. Maybe it was just that one area that was making that made the forge. See, this is why you started your own faith.
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith.
Fair enough.
I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
Right, so is it true what you taught?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself, as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Eora scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, finding interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
She looks to Edir.
But that's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
Right to Durance.
I have seen with my own eyes the deceptions of my goddess. The Watcher has shown me as much. But it was not until now that I understood how truly desperate she was. The depths.
You speak of her deceptions, but what of your own? Was it her words that led you down your path? Or was it the absence of her words? A gap that you filled with your own broken thoughts?
Beads of sweat coalesced on Durance's forehead and trickled down the sides of his face in streaming rivulets, as though he were a block of ice standing before a great pyre.
What if you had always been alone, without guidance?
Alof's turn.
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion. What if our burdens come to us not because they are meant to be, but because they happen to be?
All the more reason to cast them off. We have no guarantees beyond this life. Better to enjoy our days while we can.
What if the cycle of birth and death is nothing more than a tool of endless preoccupation?
The grieving mother returns Eovar's gaze, nodding her head almost imperceptibly. For a moment, all is silent. Eovar nods back, seemingly moved by some unspoken understanding. You feel the weight of Eovar's translucent eyes upon your soul. What if we can be assured of nothing? The only value is things we create ourselves. Build our strength so we can bear it. Only when we cease to exist, at beings can peace be found. Isn't that nihilism? Then is a question that have always posed more. Then it is a question that have always posed more value than their answers. And the fewer people realize it, the better. All we can do is endure, and endure growing strong. Isn't that what the Khan used to say? Yeah, so we can't be assured of nothing. Kind of to say I don't know. Fewer people realize it, the better. That's a bit too ignorant, I guess. then is the question that they have always posed more value than the answers. Yeah, we should probably try seeking the answers instead of just asking questions. Questions are good, but not if you're just only asking them for the sake of asking them. Yeah, only value... All I can do is endure.
I'm afraid you're right.
A smear of paint across the guy's face warps with a grim frown. Dear, doesn't seem like they give us much choice in the matter.
The wheel would seem to grant us little choice in the matter. Yet surely we are capable of more than mere endurance. Surely when the truth is laid bare to all, this suffering can truly be overcome. I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
See, we do even without assurances, there's still truth. No, people need to know things happen for a reason. A fabricated reason is better than none at all. Doesn't matter either way. Yeah, and that is just a reason to progress. Doesn't matter too much whether it's God-given or not.
I often wonder that myself. If things had gone differently, if the world had taken my faith instead of the Anguithin's faith, would it truly be what I had envisioned? I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
For the first time, hints of doubt trace her serene visage.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
As she asked, the memory rings her mind weirdly as though it had just happened. Want to please the gods resented you. Your teachings were a threat to all I believed in. I was afraid of what Theos might do to me if I didn't agree to do it. I don't think I had a reason, I just did. Sorry, there are no assurances. Yeah, the way it felt from those other memories didn't really seem to lean particularly too much in any direction. But that was probably up to the choices that we made during them, I guess. But the betrayal did kind of feel like it came out of nowhere. Yeah, no actual motivation given. It's just, yeah, whoever they were before, they just did it.
All these years thinking about it, I don't think I ever imagined you did it without cause. This changes things. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because
we thought Theos was right, because he doubted you, because what? And to know it wasn't because after everything you learned, you still rather believe in a lie. That is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, that my purpose has been a mistake. As hard as a connection to draw, you were naive to be trusting in people. Yeah, did their opinion matter that much?
you were more than a friend. You were the only person I trusted. I always believed in your judgment. Never have I felt so confident in my beliefs as the day you arrived in my camp. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
You're never going to be able to convince everyone of anything, true or not. There will always be dissent. Very true.
I expected dissent, but I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know, nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
See, it wasn't me who made that choice. I bear no responsibility for it. I would do it again, give it a chance. I see the world differently now than I once did. I regret what I did to you and wish your forgiveness. Yeah, the past lives, I feel like, for the most part, they are very disconnected from the living life, their current lives. So, yeah, with awakening, they can overtake it. But I feel like at this point, joy is still separated enough. Yeah, it wasn't me who made the choice. I bear no responsibility for it.
At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish. But now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs.
Alright, granted a new talent, steps on the wheel, or steps to the wheel.
Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Yeah, how do you speak Adiran? I speak no language now, but the wordless expression of the spirit. It is through my connection to you that I'm able to draw upon your words and form them as my own. Okay then. Well, still done all this, we know he serves Wodaka. Are you bound here until the end of
In
time?
a matter of speaking, this is Braeth Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Wodaka is eternal. They linger above, at the side of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle.
Oh, so is that how the other gods have influence on that place?
This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
The other gods hate me because they want Theos destroyed. I owe them no debt. Yeah, sorta. Better to be on their side than Mordecai's. Using the gods to further my own ends. Yeah, not so much the last part, but yeah, the main part is that the gods do want Theos destroyed.
They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing. But these souls, these forgiven the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
See, why don't you repent? You could be free of this place. She could, but it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be her truth. Right?
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life. But that trial was my one moment of certainty. Even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
Alright, so she's more about the defiance of the gods. Please, Sun and Shadow, was it? Couldn't tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. I have only what I have seen and what others have told me about. There's only one man who could tell you now, who knows it to a certainty. You need to face them soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself and make your own judgments. Prove better for your soul. That way, I think. Right, no spoilers. So, what do we need from Theos?
I could not say for sure. But you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told you seemed to send you further into doubt. His words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you. He keeps secrets better than any in this world.
And why has he done all this?
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances. That's why he's always favored Woodica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Theos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Theos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woodica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours.
Right. Definitely to stop Woodica. So then, anything you can tell us that would help with dealing with Theos?
You will not find a more resolute being on all of Aeora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him.
Maybe, though his spirit isn't quite attached to his body, so that may be a bit difficult.
Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
The gods have given me the souls of the forgiven. If you repent, you could join with them, help me strike the final blow against Theos. Your defiance here is an illusion. You are a slave to the gods, bound to the rules, stuck in their system. Your continued existence is proof of the gods' dominion over all of us. If you hadn't planted doubt in my mind long ago, I'd be living a normal life right now. Before I go, I'll repay you for this curse. Then we'll waste no more time. I mean, sort of true about her still being under the dominion of the gods, though quite harsh in putting it that way. You know, it's a bond now, one that has always been interleaving of her essence with yours at the extremities of your perception. You're tied to this woman's spirit, and you can feel a measure of control over it, as though you were a shepherd. What are you suggesting? Oh, we can disintegrate her soul, make her cease to exist. Then I'll be no different than the other souls the gods have broken in its place. I do not wish to stop fighting them.
It was good to see you again one last time, old friend. I thought I'd seen my last friendly face long ago.
I'm guessing we didn't have enough reputation or other stats to just disintegrate her soul then.
If ever we should meet again, in this life or any other, I hope to find you at peace.
So no way to take her along. Maybe with some of the other options. Now, how do we reach the next place? Oh. Okay, camping supplies.
It's true. The gods are a sham that people have followed for thousands of years.
Maybe. I mean, like, they're so powerful, they still kind of control everything.
I can't see much, but I hear a noise like a pig choking on wet feed. So, I guess Durance is breathing at least.
Oh, okay, so put that over there. And another small map. Ring of searing flame.
Full of surprises, aren't you?
Look at the size of this place.
Many spirits stir here, edged with anger, violence.
We light our own path now, Watcher.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
So, a few ways to go. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just following the path. You walk a bit funny.
sharp eyes and keen ears.
Someone's pet dragon died.
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Gone is a swift action. More attack speed. Might be good for Grieving Mother. Yeah, rapid build-up on your focus. So Deer and Aloth want to talk.
We've been lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place.
What difference does it make? People will be what they are whether or not there are gods to believe in. Sorta. I mean, yeah, some people do change how they act depending on the promise of the gods. There's wrong, most people are fundamentally decent. Knowing the truth can only make them better. People need something to believe in. The gods, however they came to be, have served that purpose.
Indeed. And I fear what would become of the world if people lost that mooring. Even widespread belief in the gods seems like it's barely enough to correct our aimlessness and contain our depravity. I've also been thinking, there won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the leaden key headless. Someone will need to fill that void. Someone who can clean up the mess that Theos has made of it.
I mean, if you can't actually do it, then go for it.
Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll remember what we've been through. I'll see the leaden key transformed into a stronger, better guide for Kith. And I won't make the mistakes Theos did.
Yeah, you give that your shots. Hey dear, how do you feel?
Well, doesn't that just beat all? Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing. Wonder how things would have gone different 15 years ago if the Raid Sarens had been told their god was made in some forge or kiln someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
People were starving, they rebelled sooner or later, that is true. It was their god who made them believe they were right. I doubt they'd have fought if they knew he was fallible. No, people were starving, they'd have rebelled sooner or later.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded. I don't know. When Woden left for war, we, had a fight. As brothers will.
What about?
About him going off to war. He was set on it. But my parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your God, you only get the one. Me, I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one.
Unless you're Polly.
I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his God one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then he was gone. By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed. One morning it dawns on me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
Do you think he went to Whitewind because of what you'd said to him?
Crossed my mind. You live in a place like Gilded Vale. You don't have a whole lot else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about. I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right.
So if you'd left with him, you'd know why he changed his mind.
If I'd have left with him, we'd both be dead, so I don't know why I bothered thinking about it. I found my own way in the end, and it wasn't my brother's and it wasn't my God's. I don't know if it was right, but I couldn't abide what Widewind was doing to his own, God or not. I don't regret it. Whether Widewind was Aothis, well, it hardly seems to matter after what we just heard. And all these questions I've been trying to figure out. I think I just miss my brother.
Right then.
One more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on then. I still owe you one.
Insightful for that.
Of course.
Shame about the other. Seems the rest don't have much to say.
Light, flame, and sound.
Wonder where our reincarnation fits into all this. Alright, well. Anyways, hold on. Be right back. Alright, so let us continue.
Laying low.
Aloth, you discovered something. What was it? Okay, shadow drakes. Shadows? Can be mind controlled.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Oh, you are just in within shades. You're not immune to confusion or domination or any other mental effects. Alright, you're hitting Aloth pretty hard.
All right then. Hey.
Alright, okay, so we're gonna circle our way around.
Of course.
Wow, oh hey. Should have brought her obvious. The shadow in the cavern suddenly lengthened and swallowed you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what must be another vision. One moment. There it goes. You are surrounded by mist. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that as soon as you take a step, the soul behind you will erase all trace of your passage. As if on cue, the mist before you cleared just enough for you to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. Continue for several minutes in the matter, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. Durance's head twitches, as though a mosquito had flown into his ear. He swings haphazardly at the air with the staff. Something whizzes past you just as you turn, catch another whir of movement. Out of the mist flits a shape, small and round. You think you see another, and another. You tickle the corners of your vision. You turn back to the canyon wall. The sun shifts along its path, and what looks like a smooth rock face is a hollow of a cave. The figure steps out it, shifting and changing before your eyes. Wow. The figure transforms from male to female, from Orlin to Almawa, its bones lengthening and its fur receding into its flesh. The only detail that remains constant is a smooth, eyeless face. The whizzing rushing shapes from the mist converge on the figure, and as they form a spinning cloud, you realize that they are eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher, a buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, Watcher. One you have lost and discovered over generations. And following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
The eyes track you even as they circle the god. Alright, so have we been here before? Wow giggles, a strangely modulated sound that rises and falls as the god shifts from one form to the next. Your search for answers to your past has led you to another mystery, and one grander still. The mysteries don't matter, I just want keep my own soul from unraveling. My goal now is to see the souls Theos has trapped. I'm here to stop Wodaka from tipping the balance of power. Yeah, no, our goal is to see the souls Theos has trapped. Yes, but what would you do with them?
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Wodaka's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
Right, if you're asking all this, it's safe to assume you have your own plans. The clouds break and the torrent of rain washes Wow's features clean. His blank face molds itself again, taking on the shape of something you've never seen before. Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them, now scatter them across existence. To a destination known to neither god nor mortal. Let them be lost again, new answers to new riddles. Behind them the sun and downpour has carved new caves into the canyon. Yeah, you say I shouldn't let a god decide their fate, but it seems you're asking me to do just that.
In a way. But something must be done, and hurling them from the machinery of other schemes is the truest course of action.
Right then, so... what end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose.
Yeah, I guess the purpose is just to wait and see what happens. But what would happen to the souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
Right, so it'll be something for you to find entertaining, I guess.
That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
Shadows from the cave, from the new caves melt and spread across the landscape, covering you in darkness. The light returns, the vision is gone. Well, at least you aren't demanding a particular outcome with the alternative being a curse if we don't do what you say. Well, it's not like the other gods were either. Only if we took their boon and did not do what they say.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Which is kind of fair. Oh. Okay, so this is a shortcut. What is going on with this? Is that fixed? Sir. Alright, sort of fixed. Need to be able to hear my audio. Right. Okay, so looks like we could take another shortcut. Probably... Just go down through this way. Let's do it. Let's try taking the shortcut. We do have enough supplies. We can rest if we need this. If we need to. Looks stable enough, but the wide gap leaves little room for error. Jump to the freestanding segment. Elk cries out, and landing collapses on the other side in a tangle of limbs. Aloth. Not that athletic. Some camp supplies and a few items. Oh, is that it? Just some treasure. Okay then. Get a rest then.
I shall be discreet.
Oh, you're a bit larger. Man, that didn't last long.
Got an arrow for this one. Ready, Watcher.
Thing isn't doing the job.
Oh, where'd you go? Bounced right out of existence.
Yes. My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Alright, so can we go through there, or do we need to unlock everything? Oh no, okay, we actually enter. So we didn't have to visit everything. Thought there was more story from that. Sun and Shadow. The Machine. So is this it? This is the final confrontation? Ah, Shadow Theos.
Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen? I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will answer to me as well. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. Osionis. They have held off many would-be invaders.
You are ready to give a confession?
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Quest completed. Memories of the Ancients. Oh. Really, no other quests, okay. Except from those minor tasks. No fight? Big machine? You've come to a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Adra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, a great pillar of Adra pierces the floor from below like a ragged spike, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they all are questions. At the base of the pillar stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes your approach. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all others, spinning madly in your mind, but you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of the veracity of your suspicions.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Was the entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
So, a lie? Yes? No? Was Iovara telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
Not in denial. So what is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Utica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
Right, and yeah, you're working for Utica because she was most likely to go with whatever it is you're planning. So the machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
Is that always what it's supposed to do? Or did it have some other purpose before all of this? So yeah, it doesn't think answering questions that well. You're quite poor at this. All these statues, who are they of?
They are monuments to Utica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
You're shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. No more evasions, you have to know everything you believed, everything you have done for the gods. Did you lie to me when you said the gods can end suffering? Theos says nothing. Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
But Theos, every word you find yourself losing control of boiling cauldron of rage and doubt and fear and hopelessness until you can take it no more. Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months.
Yeah, you just aren't answering the question, and they are not exactly defining what a god is first.
You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
His eyes linger on you, and there's no mistaking of the threat behind it. And your rage shrinks at the image of an iron wheel in your mind. Monolithic and caked with the dried blood of thousands. You do not ask your question again. Okay, so past you, past us, back down from all this.
How did you find it?
Alright, it was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
Yeah, she did love you.
Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable a waste of rare talent and intellect.
Blind obedience is a lot to ask of someone with a mind of their own.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased.
Durant stares at Theos with a beast's snarl. Theos watches him calmly.
You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain, 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different? Redeemable in your god's sight?
Whatever desire I had to be redeemed in her eyes was weakness, purged by the Watcher's sight.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
Wow, Durant's calling Joy a friend.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
Alright, at the sight of Aloth, Theos' mouth twitches derisively.
My name belongs to the gods, in my hand to their service. And I'm going to purge it of your stain.
You serve none but yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concerns of the flesh. You have cast yourself from our ranks.
No. I've risen above them. I'll take the leaden key and lead in a way that you, who remained nothing more than a slave to the gods, never could.
A leader without insight, directing an organization that does not question. Quite a vision, Initiate. You are far from home, dwarf.
I knew my hunt would send me a long way from Masuk. It was a challenge I was glad to undertake for my village.
A journey, then. It must be of some import to take you so far and to last so long.
It's important to Masuk, and so it's important to me.
You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives. I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
Alright, so you had nothing to say to the grieving mother. Alright, fine. Everyone ignores her. Why not you? Our business will be concluded when you have told me all I wish to know. What do you know of our business?
You think your abilities only flow in one direction. That isn't how it works, I'm afraid. Not for me. For all that you saw of my soul in the sanitarium, I saw as much of yours.
Alright, one of us is going to die. You may as well admit your lie to me before that. Our business will conclude when you have told me all I wish to know.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You convinced me once that spreading your false faith would end atrocities. Yet here you are, committing your own.
The spread of our faith ended many such atrocities. I do what I must to ensure it continues to do so. The heart of this country has skipped a beat, nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
Yeah, do you think you have justification for all those atrocities?
That's where you're mistaken. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our God's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
Spark of false hope, you led them to overcome their nature, teaching them there were no gods would have achieved the same purpose. Maybe.
And replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
Right, you underestimate people.
For all my years, I have seen exactly what they are capable of. What the apostate asked was beyond any man. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
Yeah, then you're blind to think yours is the only way. You're controlled by your own doubts.
We are all controlled by our own doubts. Better that we should be relieved of them. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering.
Sure you will.
Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
Oh, fight time? Oh, they're big. Immune to charm, confusion, and all that. What about you? Your resistance, not immune. Oh, but it's plus 10 to your 130. I mean, we can still try. Yeah, maybe into mind control and that. We could still try knocking you down. Nope. Won't slip on the oil. Alright, you come down this way.
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Grieving Mother, you come down this way. Bit of a cast on that. Buff there. Really injured for that. Shield of Faithful. Arcane Dampener. Okay, let's toss that down.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed. I'm here.
Yeah, a little bit late with the heal for your companion. Oh, and their vessels. And, oh, okay, that's a lot of damage to you. Alright, toss the resurrection down right there. Did Joy die right away? Might have. Try that again. And that vessel is near death.
How may I help?
Oh, you're not even attacking.
How may I help?
Yeah, that probably would have helped. Okay, that worked. Do another revive.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Can you do any healing? No.
Ready, Watcher.
Aye?
You're just barely injured.
Ready, Watcher.
Yes?
Alright, not a bad attempt. Almost killed one of the statues. Let's get them equipped with summons. And then summon them up right at the start of the fight. Yeah, fight doesn't seem like it should be that hard.
Hey,
Oh, and you're a little bit injured. Okay, so you have one summon. You have a summon as well. Durance. Okay, you need one. Every worm. Do we have any more? Or did we leave them on the other party members? Might have. Okay, only Sagani's not going to be summoning.
All right then.
You are far from your post. It has many. How did you find it? Another in a string? Then she should have obeyed.
Alright, we could just go attack, but let's at least go through the same options before.
What have you? We were then the. Yet what? I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you? I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to notice when plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. But more than that, for all I have seen, the millennium we are with. Hear me.
I'm gonna save in here. No, okay, that's the load.
Ready, Watcher.
Yes?
Is this a summon or not? No, that's armor. This one's a summon. Alright, come down over here. Right, we know that this can somewhat stop them. Try this again. How'd you die so quickly?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Okay, that's new. So you just body jump when your vessel becomes weak, okay. Bring him back again. Why are you just permanently dying?
Gotta take better care of that.
Oh, that's a 0% chance. Never mind.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
You like have like a 0% chance to hit. We have to go after the judges then.
Yes?
What?
You and your stupidly long range.
We gotta take better care of Bella.
Oh, you're down. So Aelaf need to keep him far away from the fight. Yeah, same with Durant. Have them be on the other side. Move them with Sagani.
Alright then.
I have a closer look at the any sort of debuffs they toss.
Yes.
Also, where are the traps? There they are. You can lay some right here because we know it's gonna be right there, but that might put us in range.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Yes?
Oh, and then right, we're too close now, and then we activate that. So no traps for the statues, but we can trap where Theos is going to be.
How did you find it? Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. Then she should have obeyed. What of your yet I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would I answered your questions once? that your soul is not fit to exist. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborans, but all that changed when they learned of the true God. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries, for all I have seen. The millennia of we with he.
I think we should get a save right after these conversations. I think that's a lot quicker. Can we save? No, can't save while in combat.
Ready, Watcher.
Right, you come down here first. Okay, it says here casting, that lets you move you out of the way. Simply group your mother.
Hey.
Ready, Watcher.
Don't prey on that.
Thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
You come down this way and stop attacking them.
Yes?
Summon? Yeah, he's summoned. Come down here and deal with that one.
Aye?
And okay, they are paralyzed. Yeah, that's a rather large fire attack. Maybe that's where you're getting damage from. Really, no substantial phantom. Switch over to range.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Yeah, your defenses are quite high. Right, go with Pain Leak then.
Yes.
Hey.
How may I help?
How long are you paralyzed for? Okay, no time at all. That was the summons.
Aye?
Cleansing flame. Okay. Yeah, that's what's doing the damage. That is a lot of fire damage. Right, where are you going?
Ready, Watcher.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Just like an adherent.
And apparently, cleansing flame persists long enough to, yeah, kill them once they revive. Right, you body hop.
How may I help? Yes?
Where are you going? Yeah, not that much damage. Okay, try reviving her again. Some resistance to ice. Guess we could try electricity next. Yeah, the cleansing flame.
How may
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Switch over to range.
Yes?
Oh, we actually paralyze you. You, not so much. Your resistances are actually kind of low. Oh, so domination might actually work on you guys. Now let's try tossing lightning at you.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
You recover.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Infusion not working? Right, yeah. You're finally near death. Yep. Okay. Next phase. Alright, more heals.
How may I help?
Oh, that's a lot of fire.
Damn it.
Okay, well, your abilities are suppressed for now. So there's that. Okay, toss down a symbol of Mogren. You are immune to so much.
Your thoughts must flow.
Aye?
Yeah, some of the lightning could bring you back. Or chaotic orb. Yeah, that move just does too much damage. Well, we could give them a fire resistance.
What?
Yeah, you give them fire resistance.
Yes.
And resurrection scrolls. Alright, since we know roughly where Theos is going to be, we can toss some traps down. Hopefully we don't get caught in them.
How may I help?
Alright, maybe around there.
Hey.
It's for everyone. Let's get it burn proofed. elevator gave reproofing. Against shock. Okay, then make it dark and reinforced. We need to change weapons any. Currently using steadfast. Need to frightened and then chance to cast summons on hit. Yeah, let's try to have you go with the Gray Sleeper. Maybe land a Paralyze. Now, boost that. We could boost accuracy against vessels and then make that phase of the fight easier. Oh, you're just using a plain old warbow. We never got you anything unique. Alright, may as well make it legendary then. Okay, let's go with this setup. Any foods that provide fire resistance are all these. Yeah, okay, they're just stat buffs. To go with bulwark against elements. $60. Oh, paralysis. I think that works. Might work on some of them. Yeah, let's have some revivals. Alright, but they're only usable by, yeah, Aeloth or Joy. No slot healing and all that.
Of course.
How did you find it? Another? Then she should have. What of your coat? Yeah.
We were being invaded. Not by any...
Yet the other... What? You stay... You... I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow? I answered your questions once. That your soul is not... When plague arrived. But all that changed when they learned of the... But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. For all I have seen, we are all here.
Alright, so this might have to be the last attempt. Oh, did you destroy all the traps? But yeah, time is... yeah, going on quite a bit long. Oh, probably the last attempt. Okay, no, the traps are still there.
Aye?
Ready, Watcher.
Hey. Aye?
Alright, so you run down here.
Your thoughts must flow deeply.
Switch over to range and then... yeah, move down.
What?
Unknown, unknown. Oh yeah, right, since they're not immune to domination. Yeah, give it a shot. No? Okay. Oh, okay, trigger the trap. Alright, try not to die.
Aye?
Ready, Watcher.
Only 7% chance. Okay, got into this phase fairly quick.
Oh?
Yes?
What?
Possible, watchful guardian. Oh, your resistance to domination is quite low, or mental attacks is quite low. Maybe I should have voice saved it over you. Oh, and you got paralyzed. And you're stuck.
How may I help?
Yeah, friendly fire. Yeah, I may as well add some defenses to you.
Yes? Yes?
There it is. Some of Malcolm was looking for that one. Nice, both paralyzed. Badly injured and injured. Did you not summon? No, okay, we still have Spark of Righteousness going on. Near death and injured. Oh, that's a lot of damage to you. Okay, so we got rid of the other one that did not have a spirit, it looks like. So, pretty
Yes.
good. Oh, your lore's not high enough. I thought it was. Alright. Try tossing another paralyze on you. Oh, you're knocked down. Alright, so you're knocked down too. Yes, okay, you're also knocked down. Oh, you actually have pretty good at hitting him with that one.
That's not real. Helpful?
Yeah, domination, probably not a good idea for that one. Durance, get out of there. Oh, you're actually almost gone. Let's wait for this then. And then use the time steal on Theos. Excellent, just Theos now. %.
Ready, Watcher.
Alright, death rate. Where are you going? Oh, you got confused. That's not a fire.
Yes?
No. Not friendly fire. Maybe combusting wounds. %, this time. Good. That slowed you down a little bit. Yeah, that's 23%. Killing bolts. Oh, you got dominated. A lot of you guys got dominated. I did not realize we were needing that spell. That's 16 seconds for you.
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Oh, Tails got dominated apparently. How'd that happen? Yeah, Sagani's dominated. 4 seconds.
Ready, Watcher.
Alright, you're injured. Can we get a disintegrate off you? Only 26%. Alright, save it for another time parasite.
How may I help?
Disable. Try to disable your shield of faithful. Okay, toss that down again just in case you try another dominance. Yeah, a little late. Oh, that's what you're casting. You're casting the fire pillar. Yeah, I think that's blindness. Yeah, you're still confused.
Aye? Yes?
Or maybe that was a confusion. Another fire pillar.
Ready, Watcher.
Injured, almost there. Alright. Try another killing bolt. Yep. Joy's out for the rest of the fight.
How may I help?
Can you use the resurrection? Yes, you can. Okay, try to get it a mock. Can we paralyze you? Can. Might not have enough. Barely. But everyone's kind of in the way. Oh, actually worked. Very good, very good. 100% on that. Nice. Is that it? Or is there next? At your feet rests the body of Thales, hollow. The denser wrinkles are shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for the moment, defenseless, his energy expended in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud.
That's the servant down, and the mistress still to go. A good start, worthy of being built upon.
Oh, I was gonna fight Wodaka. Right. Hope not.
After journeying for lifetimes, I can't imagine his failure, knowing it was all for nothing.
Thousands of souls he has tortured. Would that he could live those sufferings 1,000 times himself.
Some point, you have to look at the things your God is telling you to do. And ask yourself if it's worth it. All those lives. And at the end of them, he was no better than the very people he sought to guide. A pity he would ever have to face that realization again.
Alright, explore his soul. With a deep breath, you plunge into Theos' soul, and where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it's expansive and borderless, its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel what seems like ages, rushing to a known destination, a memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it, no more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it is new and pristine and filled with people. Thousands of them all turn towards the great outer pillar and the machine that encases it. Theos stands at the machine and you are now one with him. You are one with him now. You look out at the crowd and faces of a shriveled old men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them and fathers clasping their children's restless hands and watching you with a somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn your back towards the machine, your breath constricted beneath the weight of unwanted knowledge, preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. Close your eyes and open them again to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. You take your place in front of it and place your hands upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column, and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, building speed, setting rays of carved draconic mouths aglow and sending tremors through the platform beneath you. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerating machine, all drowned out by its deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outward from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one, the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies where people once stood, many of them disintegrating into gray heaps under the stress of the tremors. You look above to the outer pillar, and a glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotation as though it were being spun from arcs of light. Where the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs a moment, no longer rotating, so bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand, and it seems as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement, and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle wax. The pillar flares with a flash of light bright as the sun itself, then fades to darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt, and when the last echo of its grinding cogs has passed, the chamber is still and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down on Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape and make it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victory has given you some kind of hold over it, and you're able to do with it as you please. Alright, so he sacrificed all of his people the first time around. So we can return the soul to the cycle, tear his soul apart, banish his soul to Braith Eamon, destroy all memories contained within, or tear his soul apart again. Yeah, I could just destroy his memories. Tearing his soul apart seems to be a bit too extreme. You can banish him. Yeah, you say you can escape judgment, but he would still exist. Return to the cycle. Yeah, we don't know the effects, the length, the extent of what he can do with his essence, considering that he can actually help bodies. So probably either tears soul apart or destroys memories. Let's go with destroys memories.
No! You cannot allow this. He will have no reminders. He will not remember the message we wrote on his fragmented bones and carved into his flesh. The lesson we burned into his soul.
Well, you're quite unhappy about that.
You were kinder to that man than I would have been.
Return to the landscape of Theos' memory. Oh, I'm surprised we didn't get a chance to change our decision. Okay. Vast terrain deceptions and crippling despair, and you can feel your agency in this world now. Inability to reshape to the whims of your dominant will. You focus on a vision of pure emptiness, and your will becomes a swirling vortex around you, sweeping through the landscape and bearing away moments and lifetimes like some apocalyptic bivouac that would tear away the essence of the planet itself. The storm builds until the very crust of the world peels from the fabric of the soul that anchored it, and it is borne off into the sky until it is too distant to observe. The last thing you see is a white void, boundless in all directions, unfettered by the shackles of experience and doubt. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your mind, a word that you spoke when you were one with Theos. In ancient memory, you realize it is a word that activates the machine. Oh. Okay, yeah, the old essences, the old echoes are disappearing. And everyone wants to talk.
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him?
Answers to an old question, got justice. We're beyond those needs now.
Good, doesn't it? Got enough to worry about as it is. You'll be feeling better soon then. Good. That's real good. Well, you got it figured out what you're going to do about all that?
Yeah, we're gonna keep to the deal.
Got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. There's not much that'll put the fear in you more than that. You can take my word for it. If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was, I'd find a way to give them the courage to face it. Not because they think there's some god looking out for them, but because they've just got it in them. After what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas. Better make it good.
Ah, the end of the road greets us at last. You fared well, Watcher. Better than any Watcher has right to. Seems you were a field in need of a flame's cleansing. Would that my own trial had produced such an outcome. I had figured myself for the field all this time, but you were the field, and I the darkness. A lesson neither of Durance nor of Margarin. But with that trial's end, a new one begins, a god's trial, and I will stand in judgment without mercy.
Okay, not as angry as I thought you'd be, considering our judgment of Theos.
Theos may be gone, but his crimes, the wounds he has inflicted, remain. And yet, if we would free ourselves from his legacy, you must first free the souls he has trapped. His work cannot be undone. Chaining these souls to broken lives will only prolong it.
I mean, it's no guarantee that they're going to be broken.
It is not the easy choice, Watcher. But much ill comes from forcing the world into a shape that does not fit it. We must allow for the mercies of the cycle to heal the lost, and live with our wounds for a time.
Like, there's certainly be some issues between those who actually get their children back and those who don't.
Never thought I'd see something like this in my travels. Lends a little perspective, doesn't it?
It's a bitter thing to have come so far only to find that it was all for nothing. Somehow, I don't think we're any better off knowing what we do.
Alright, so what about now?
I guess that's up to you, isn't it? Because I'm too short to reach the controls on that thing. For all I know, when you flip the switch, that thing will blast us all as far as Nasitak. Whatever happens, though, I'm glad we journeyed together.
Yeah, I told you to get you home.
So you did. It's been an honor.
And Aeloth.
Astounding. I always knew the Leaden Key stood for something big, but I didn't quite realize what I'd gotten myself into. And now, you're in the middle of something even bigger. With a decision that will affect millions. This is beyond either of us. The certainty of the gods is a mercy. Power like this is a heavy burden. Just look at how it crushed Theos. And perhaps he was right to surrender it to Woodica.
No, he was wrong.
It's your decision, of course. And whatever you decide, I'm glad our paths crossed in Gilded Vale.
Alright, you better not be thinking about carrying on with Theos' work. Okay, let's end this. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to decide what to do with the souls. As you approach the machine, the path underfoot suddenly changes to a cobbled road. You hadn't experienced vision like this already in Tier Evron. You'd be tempted to believe that the machine had sucked you into it and deposited you into the middle of nowhere. The sun blazes overhead, and the rolling meadows and thick forest on either side of the road could be anywhere in the Deerwood. A shrill cackle turns your head. Scan. Standing next to you is a malnourished man clad in the threadbare loincloth and manacles. The entire body is striped with lash marks, and there are scarred pits where his nose and ears should be. He stinks of stale sweat and unwashed filth. You notice someone wandering down the road, but the figure's back is to you, the scarred slave as your attention for now.
You once grew fat while others spent the currency of their lives in your service. I would gladly rend your back with the lash, taking interest for every drop of blood you spilt, every scrap of flesh you scarred. But my mistress would appeal to your sense of perspective, for you know that all things have their place.
Oh, so who do you serve?
You have labored at the pleasure of others. That shriveled hag in Hadrit House, those preening soldiers with more taste for silk than steel, the wretched tribesmen playing out their fantasies of grandeur. And then you cowered and knelt before the gods themselves, begging one paltry favor and receiving riddles and visions in response. And now the gods give you orders and commands, even while you set out to fix what they cannot. Yet what have they offered you?
Given the breadth of the Iron Manacle, it's amazing that he can raise his bone-thin arm. But he does, and he points to the person walking the other way along the road.
The exiled queen is not an ungrateful patron.
Oh, so does he actually serve Woodica? Is that what he's trying to do? You get a better look at the lone figure and realize that she's wearing robes, tattered and singed, but fine nonetheless. On her head is the silhouette of a broken crown. She continues walking her pace, slow but determined.
Finish the work Theos began. Strengthen Woodica with these souls and allow her to become the most powerful of all the gods, with you as her favored.
See, what do you mean by her favored? Helping Woodica would mean secrets of the gods stay hidden. Yeah, we worked against Woodica the whole time. Why would she thank me now, after I defeated her most loyal servant? Well, I guess he wasn't exactly loyal. He was loyal to his own deal. And it wouldn't matter to her as long as she gets what she wants, I'm thinking. Loyal and weak, Theos proved his inadequacy when he failed to anticipate you. The plan exposed is worse than none at all. But you have proven you're resourceful, equal to the schemes of the gods. Woodica has a long memory, watcher, for both friend and foe, and she keeps her oaths. Alright, so what do you mean by her favored? The recipient of Woodica's blessing. She has always had a place for mortals of particular merit. If you help her now, she will become the most powerful of all the gods, and you'll be the one who made her so. Think of the lifetime of reward you would heap. The only reward I wish is to enjoy pulling bloody shards of a broken crown from my staff when I have finished with her trial. Scan turns his flinty eyes on Durance. So says your companion who's been abandoned by his own god. Do you really trust him to make alliances for you? Yeah, we already know you are scheming stuff, so best not trust you. Helping Mordecai would mean that the secrets of the gods stay hidden. Safely hidden, yes, from the violent overlords who would cease to fear punishment in the next life. From the heavy-handed masters who would answer to no one. The world needs some schemes, or the souls of Kith are so pure that we would snap the tenuous threads that bind society. Hell, as unsavory as it sounds, there is some wisdom to this. Remember the Rats in Defiance Bay. What kind of madness would people like that reach without the confines and promises of the gods? Scan takes a bundle at his feet and hefts the burden onto his back. I've explained the alternative, Watcher. Continue as a pawn of the gods, or a partner of one. At the other end of the road, the figure stops. She turns her head just enough to look over her shoulder. Her face is mostly hidden, but one merciless eye peers at you from a cheek of rippled, scorched flesh. Yeah, not helping.
You say that now, but when you're standing in front of the machine, considering the lifetimes and the powers that await you, we'll see what you do.
He continues on the road, and when the sun suddenly drops below the horizon, it plunges you into momentary darkness. You come to your senses in front of the machine. All these evils we've seen going all the way back to the Saints' War. That was all Boudica. Imagine if she was stronger on top of it all. Yep, Boudica is definitely a problem. Alright, machine time. Once again. With your companions bearing witness, you step up to the place where Theos once stood, before his people long ago. The great machine lies in front of you, idle, ready. You have seen the machine and those like it in operation. You understand how it works. It is a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence that direction, though as big as the machine is, it may be the last thing you ever do. Okay, speak the command to activate the machine. There is a shrieking of stone grinding against stone as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only a moment before the souls will be sent to the Adra vein. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. Yeah, return the souls to the bodies they were returned for. That was the deal that we made with Ilya. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. Your grasp on the souls is tenuous. Find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. Achievement. Won the game. Congratulations, you have completed the game. Achievement earned. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and the force is so great it feels as though they will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending the orbit, channeling the flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale, pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls diverted by Theos were guided back to the vessels originally meant for them. For the first time, parents of hollow-born children woke to the cries of their infants and looked into their eyes to see them staring back. People fell to their knees where they stood, thanking Helia or Mogren or even Aethys for their forgiveness of whatever guilt they felt they bore.
But for all the relief that had come to some parents, others only found new grief. For many thousands of Hollowborn had died during Wideone's legacy, many by their parents' own hands. For those children, there would be no homecoming. Yet the last Hollow birth was in the past now, and those parents willing to risk trying for a new child were frequently rewarded, often with twins. Many felt they saw Helia's hand in it, and the year would be remembered as the year of Helia's splendor. Lord Radric's zeal had brought him back to life once, but it would not do so again. Radric's destruction at your hands spelled the end of his suffocating rule over Gilded Vale and the surrounding area. In his absence, the village prospered, becoming a popular destination for new settlers anxious to leave Defiance Bay after the riots. Without a nearby ruler, it also grew more wild, with many settlers moving on as soon as they'd arrived, turned off by lawlessness that was excessive even by Deerwooden standards. Nevertheless, despite the challenges of living there, Gilded Vale had survived, and would continue to survive for the foreseeable future. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But order was soon re-established by the Knights of the Crucible, who, despite their depleted numbers, had gained favor in the public eye for their role in the unraveling of the conspiracy surrounding Wideone's legacy, and were quickly reinforced by returning forces from Fleetbreaker Castle. For the Knights, their resurgence marked a return to the tradition as well. Having seen firsthand the dangers presented by dabblers in animancy, the Order quickly abolished the practice internally, preferring the familiarity of their hammers and forges to the uncertainties of Essence and Adra. Their identity rediscovered, the Knights suppressed their political aspirations and began once again to train their recruits in the art of blacksmithing, recapturing the post-revolutionary ideals of Deerwood and regaining the respect of its citizens as a result. Though the machine atop Ter Noaneth had been disabled, it had not seen its last use. Heritage Hill was rebuilt, and no sooner had the first families moved in to resettle the district than members of the Leaden Key, acting under standing orders from their Grand Master, climbed the tower and reactivated the machine. The initiates slew a handful of the new settlers under cover of night and watched as history repeated itself, the victims reanimating and devouring the survivors. After this second incident, the district would remain abandoned.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to really mess up that one.
Assassination at the apparent hands of an animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay. But those who had escaped the melee and the palace hearings remembered the testimonies of the strange guest who had shown up that day and absolved animancy, implicating the Leaden Key instead. The rumor spread quickly, and soon the popular belief was that the assassin had been a Leaden Key spy.
I mean, somewhat true.
When the legacy had lifted, people came to see it not as a sign that the riots had been according to the gods' wishes, as Theos had hoped, but as a confirmation that animancy had never been the source of the problem in the first place. Deerwoodens instead convinced themselves that the riots had somehow purged Defiance Bay of Leaden Key spies, and that the end of Wideone's legacy was their well-deserved reward. The rage against animancers was quickly forgotten, and those who had survived were permitted to return to Brackenberry Sanitarium and rebuild it so they might resume their studies. Abidon's renewal brought new vigor and purpose to a god long known for quiet, steady labor. Handicraft saw a revival in the Deerwood, and no smith wanted for an apprentice. Additionally, Abidon's restored interest in preservation led to redoubled efforts to survey Engwithan ruins. Animancers and craftsmen alike found much to study, but tensions with Air Glanfath rose. As for Stalwart, the Battle of Kairon's Scar only strengthened their resolve to unlock the mysteries of Durgan steel and build new marvels with the White Forge. However, Stalwart's ambitions brought them into further conflict with the Raid Serens, as more and more impoverished communities gathered at the border and vowed to finish the work of the Iron Flail. it would be many generations before the region saw peace. The Flames That Whisper clan found a cautious peace with Stalwart, particularly once the villagers heard of the aid the ogres had offered against the Eyeless. The clan moved back into the Russet Wood, and as Stalwart grew in prestige, the villagers formed a tighter alliance with their ogre neighbors. Within a generation, ogre traders visited Stalwart, and village hunters were welcome in the Russet Wood.
I'm glad they recovered after all we killed of them.
Little satisfaction. In time, her taste for vengeance soured. What replaced it was a hunger to feel something, anything, new. Summer had thinned the snowpack twice over when she felt the joint at her elbow first begin to stiffen. She turned her back on the hopes of animancy and civilization and walked east. She pushed through the mountains, past Raid Ceres, and into the broad plains of Ishamiddle. She had forgotten what it was like to simply journey, no goal or destination in mind. Though she felt nothing more than the steady thump of her feet on the road, the endless horizons and grassy meadows were new to her. She measured her time in the gradual rusting of her body and was satisfied. Her movements slowed, but so did the world around her. Waist-high grasses undulated and tacked in the wind, as gradual as the tides. Sparrows and blackjays made steady pilgrimages across the sky, each flap of their wings a solemn salute. She could hardly move when she found something she had never seen before, the ocean. With the last of her strength, she pulled herself beneath the water, content at last to feel the movement of currents and the constant caress of the waves. Zawa came to believe that the Dakan had survived through him. He returned to Ishamiddle, where he united a number of small, vulnerable tribes under the beliefs of his people. He called them Takanakin, kin of Takan, and under his tutelage, they became strong enough to resist would-be conquerors. Zawa taught his secrets not to one chosen person, but to all, that the line of knowledge might never be broken. The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. The Audra dragon known as the Master Below, her soul now housed in the body of the huntress Fallen Roet, passed out of Deerwood in relative anonymity, her final destination unknown, even to herself. She was last seen in the port town of Rhodes End, boarding a ship, an Audra talisman glowing about her neck. Palagina
nothing too horrible with her.
Duke Spell's orders by inventing a new trade arrangement with the Anamenfath to accommodate the recovering Deerwooden market. With the Deerwood's people still weakened by Weidman's legacy, the Valian republics easily pushed their would-be competitors out of the market. For her outrageous insubordination and audacity, Palagina was banished from the republics. She traveled north in the Eastern Reach, avoiding Valian ports and entering the ranks of the kind wayfarers. Despite her bravery and dedication to those in her care, her strange appearance made her feel like an outsider wherever she went. With your business concluded, Haravius quietly took his leave and headed home to Thane Bog. The elders of the Fisher Crane had not warmed to Haravius in his absence, and when he arrived, he was denounced and scorned. Haravius spoke of his deeds and of his communion with Galawain, yet none would support his petition to return to the tribe. One by one, starting with the oldest, Haravius challenged each member of the council to single combat, humiliating the Riau in a series of savage duels. With half the council bloodied and shamed, the elders at last acknowledged Haravius' strength, announcing him a hunter of the Fisher Crane tribe. Upon being granted this title, Haravius calmly left the village and embarked again on his life of wandering. Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, He settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the gilded vale of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ix Arcanon, his former master. He saw where the Grandmaster had gone wrong, and he knew what he would do better. The secret of the gods would be preserved, and with it, the sanity and well-being of all Kith. He donned the remains of Theos's ceremonial garb and prepared himself for the long and lonely task ahead. With both their aims fulfilled, Kana Rua bid the Watcher farewell and sailed back to his beloved Rawatai. There, he reported on his findings to the Lore College. Kana spoke of the Ingwithan people, describing both their vile experiments and their inspiring accomplishments. He spoke too of the destruction of the tablet by the Leaden Key and the group's efforts to erase the Ingwithan legacy from the world. Both inspiration and cautionary tales, he said, could be found in the world beyond Rawatai's borders. Kana urged his people to continue to pursue knowledge abroad so that the lessons found there might benefit Tekoa. Kana's inability to prove his theory of Ingwithan influence diminished his academic standing, but his passion drew much interest from those less concerned with degrees. Kana swiftly became an influential figure in the move toward a more collaborative approach to expansion on the northern continent. In his personal life, he came to enjoy the reputation of an affable eccentric, willing to share grand and impossible secrets, along with a drink and a song. With Theos defeated and the souls released from sun and shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance used Magrin's strength only until Theos had been cast from the world, and then swore off her influence entirely. Regret came to weigh heavily on his mind, and a man who had never previously lacked for words or opinions came to embrace silence and contemplation. He continued to wander, penniless and destitute, searching now not for the reason for his goddess's silence, but for a mechanism for revenge. The charred robes he continued to wear as a reminder that he had been burned by his goddess, and not just by the flames of the Godhammer. In her 4-month journey back to Nasitok, Sagani found that the landscape she traveled had become strangely colorless, the food bland and unsatisfying. She watched the Deerwood, Air Glonfoth, the Valian Republics, and the lands beyond slide by with a dull sense of dread. She returned home to great celebration, yet the words of joy and congratulations rang hollow to her. Old beloved songs sounded toneless. The rituals of changing seasons became drudgery, and Sagani experienced her life back in Masuk as if in someone else's skin. So she fought to feel the worth of her actions, or at least to let her village feel them. She led ever longer and more ambitious hunts, mentoring the younger rangers who followed her. On one such expedition, her party was beset by a blizzard, and she pressed on where her companions turned back. She did not return to Masuk. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
So no consequences from what we did in the Twin Elms? Okay. And that is finally done. Long game. Fun too. Yeah, a lot to the story, a lot to think about with the whole issue with the gods, and yeah, a lot of interesting way to handle the things, as well as it got quite serious with the material. Kind of wish that the companion quests were a bit more fleshed out. They didn't feel as substantial. At least they were uneven. Particularly like some of the DLC companions, like Double Karak, like her quest was very short, and then Alot's quest, like his quest, ended kind of abruptly. Kind of wish there'd been a bit more about that. But still, they were like still largely interesting. Just wish they had done more with some of them. Gear was fun. I liked the ones that were soulbound. The whole mechanic of them evolving was interesting, and being able to see them develop and all that. Though we were kind of lacking some weapons for people like Sagani, but just going with a basic high tier bow, and we weren't able to find anything unique for her. Yeah, so everything like that. And also, not sure if there were any, but yeah, some soulbound items beyond just the weapons would have been nice. The AI pathfinding was atrocious though. A lot of times they just get stuck and running back and forth, trying to run to an enemy in the whole winning single file and all that. And even the way, I wish there was like more options for how they fought. But still though, controlling everything was pretty nice, pretty easy to do. A lot of options depending on the playstyle and all that. Though I never quite got a hang of the barbarian. Yeah, still though, always options for another playthrough eventually one of these days, maybe, maybe not. Especially considering with all the story options that we can go to. All the dialogue options that you can get just from your stats or from your backgrounds and all that, or from your party. So a lot of options for other playthroughs. Yeah, the fights were pretty nice too. Not super micromanaging, not overly easy and all that. Though we were playing on one of the harder difficulties, so they were challenging but not unbeatable. Yeah, so it was a pretty nice balance with that. Art style was fantastic. Yeah, sometimes it would be nice to get a little more detailed, but for CRPGs, yeah, it was very aesthetic. Wish there was more voice acting, however. What there was, well, when there was voice acting, it was generally pretty good, though sometimes it was inconsistent. Like sometimes you'd have them have a spoken line, but then when you pick an option right afterwards, there would be nothing there. And then when you pick the next option, then there'd be dialogue. So, a bit more consistency and just more dialogue in general. All in all, great game. And also, yeah, much shorter than I thought it would be, but also longer than I thought it'd be. If that makes sense. Like, yeah, I thought it would have been at least 2 days for this till we got to the end, but yeah, we were able to finish it in 1 day. Though there was much more to the right at the end than I thought there'd be, so it went quite a bit over on time. Still though, worth staying up past this. So with this being done, yeah, we have to move on to something, well, a new game tomorrow. For now, I believe we'll go with Wild Myth, a bit of a different game. It has a bit of a grid-based tactical combat for, well, that's how it counts as combat. But then it's also has an interesting way of telling a story, at least from what it looked like, where you kind of just follow the characters around through like their lifetime and different paths, showing all the different actions. And you even like follow like their children and all that. So that would be for tomorrow. And from what I know, each round isn't particularly long, so there is a lot of different possible paths that can occur. So like one path might take about like 10 hours, but then trying to see everything would be like about 30 hours. So good length. If it ends up not grabbing us, it won't take that long. But if it does end up grabbing us, then yeah, we can spend a decent amount of time with it. So yeah, that's the plan for now. Go with Wild Myth, and then afterwards, once that's done, we'll go with Elix, a game from Piranha Bytes. I think that's the studio name. I think they're the ones that made Gothic. So something a bit of a sci-fi and fantasy mix RPG. So yeah, I got that one coming up for after Wild Myth. As for tomorrow, it'll be back to, well, not tomorrow, Wednesday, it'll be back to Rimworld as usual, continuing on with our agents, building up our colony and investigating the anomalies. And then Saturday, more Total War Warhammer 3 with Gorbad on legendary difficulty, continuing fighting our war in the completely wrong direction for completing the campaign. Really need to start fighting in the proper location. But yeah, so that's all that's coming up. So yeah, with nothing else, yeah, thank you all for watching. Yeah, be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel so you anywhere for watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, it's on my social media for updates and notificacations. Twitter is at Imri_EE, I am RE_EE, and Blue Sky at Imri-EE. So more or less the thing, that's between dash or underscore. But if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give it like 30 minutes. Today was a bit extraordinary because of where it's so close to the end. But yeah, normally I do try to keep in between those times, so you can usually find me here between then. So is there like a post credits or anything like this? Probably not. Yeah, just fast forward through it. But yeah, with nothing else, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonable today, and that you have a good day or night, whichever may have to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye. Oh, still going? Oh, the Kickstarters. Come on, ready, set, goodbye. So many Kickstarters. And it just keeps on going. Only on the L's, not M's. Yeah, I'm about halfway. Up 32 speed. And there we go. Okay, no post credits. So yeah, thank you all and goodbye.